It's summertime in Oslo and the crew is out. David, Getty, Sai, we're all here for the Aimchess Rapid.
And me too, I'm here.
Hi, Danny.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey.
Guys.
Forest fire here from Jordan. We see a reaction. Magnus.
Oh no!
Magnus, mouse slipped.
This is a game-ending move.
He's so good. He's so good at thinking on the fly.
I got 2 seconds. Oh my God! What an Armageddon!
Oh my goodness, that's a move for you right there.
A one-move made blunder. Not a big wins the Chess Kid Cup. Temperature is rising in Oslo and on the tour. It's all about making it to the Champions Chess Tour playoffs. 8 Super Grandmasters will battle it out in the Aimchess Rapid. The winner gets the golden ticket. And to keep you on top of the action, in the studio, Grandmaster David Howell, Ginger GM in the house, Simon Williams, and also International Master Danny Ranch. Danny, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
It's awesome to have you here with us. Danny, 4th stop of the tour. What do you think about the season so far?
I think it's delivered. I'm a fan. I've been watching from home, so I'm excited to be here. But I think as far as drama goes, the stakes are obviously high. We have a lot of people wanting to qualify for the championship. But when we combined the tour as it was for 2 years with all the Chess.com events, I think we were nervous about pulling it off. But I think it's delivered. I think it's been great.
It's been a lot of fun, Danny. And David, you've been calling the action from the start. What are you most looking forward to in this one?
Tanya, I'm looking forward to a bunch of things, but most of all, it's the return of Magnus Carlsen. He skipped the last Champions Chess Tour event, but he's in form now, and he is back. Also, the debut of some new names in Division 1.
Oh, wow. It's going to be an exciting battle. And Sai, we've had 3 events, a different champion each time. Will the Aimchess Rapid have a different winner?
It's just going to be Magnus, isn't it? I'm going to say it now. I mean, I know it's not a very original answer, but Magnus has been playing so well recently. He's going to be the guy to beat.
It's always hard to bet against Magnus when he's playing anywhere. Well, this Aimchess Rapid is one of the strongest lineups of the season so far. And take a look at our star cast. Nordebek Abdusatro, Fabiano Caruana, Jordan Van Forest and Fedoseev booked their ticket into the Aimchess Rapid in the Chess Kid Cup. Meanwhile, Magnus, Levon, Wesley and Eduardo Iturrizaga earning their spots through the plains. Now, one new name there is Iturrizaga. Not as well known as some of the other names on that roster, but the chess world knows just how dangerous a player he is. Danny, talk to us about Eduardo. What are his key strengths?
Yeah, you mentioned the chess world. I think the online chess world in particular is very familiar with who this guy is and how good he is. He's a specialist in rapid because he has an aggressive style. He's been putting up big numbers in the Pro Chess League for years now, had some big battles. He actually had the 3rd highest winning percentage in the PCL this year behind Magnus and Hikaru. Those are pretty big names to be compared to. So a 4-time Venezuelan champion, now representing Spain. This is a guy that is dangerous, especially in these rapid formats.
Dangerous and super motivated. Eduardo Iturrizaga now, he makes his debut. But one player who's had a bittersweet journey throughout the season is Fabiano Caruana. He's made it to 2 finals, but he's yet to win an event. David, how do you assess his chances in this field?
I think Fabi's chances are great. He's been fantastic on the tour. He's been very consistent, arguably the most consistent out of everyone. He's just been a bit unlucky to run up against informed players in the finals. So he just needs to keep doing what he's doing, and I believe in Fabi's chances.
Speaking of informed players, another fan favorite, Levon Aronian, joins the field. Sai, what do you think about the chess he's been playing lately?
Lev's been fantastic recently. I mean, he's just beat Magnus. He's also beaten some other brilliant players as well. He's won nearly every competition except for the World Championships. So you can never discount Lev. If he's on form, he's going to be a powerhouse to face.
It's going to be a tough battle at the Champions Chess Tour, which will crown the ultimate king in online speed chess. This is the biggest season yet, and with just 3 tournaments remaining, the race to the playoffs is heating up.
Each event in the Champions Chess Tour is broken up into 3 divisions, making the CCT even bigger than ever before as the best players in the world work to win their division and progress to higher divisions, hopefully securing a playoff spot, big prize money, and tour leaderboard points. Here's what's at stake in the 3 divisions in each event. The winner of Division 3 receives $5,000 and 20 tour points. Those with the most tour points at season's end will secure the wildcard slots for the playoffs and additional prize money. The winner of Division 2 claims $10,000, 50 tour points, and secures a coveted slot in the next event's Division 1. Finally, the winner of Division 1 receives $30,000, 150 tour points, and a guaranteed spot in the finals. At the end of the year, 8 players will advance to the live finals. In the end, only 1 champion will remain.
And going into the 4th leg of the tour, let's take a look at the leaderboard. These are our standings, and it is world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura at the top, world number 3, Fabiano Caruana in 2nd place, and world number 1, Magnus Carlsen in 3rd spot. Now, Magnus, Hikaru, Nordebek, they've already made it through to the playoffs. Fabi there is yet to confirm his spot. Simon, with the playoffs in sight, are the players feeling the pressure?
Definitely. I mean, every tournament that goes by is going to get harder and harder. The pressure builds every time. I mean, no one's that safe at the moment. I mean, Fabiano looks safe, but he still hasn't won an event. So this is his chance here. And all those players just below, they're going to be really hungry to put in a powerful performance.
And even though he's safe, I guess, in terms of points, you're right. He wants to punch his ticket directly. He doesn't want to rely on Grand Prix points because then you have to keep playing every single event. You never know. Conflicts. But I would say if you really move away from Fabi, the other guys are literally fighting for their lives because if they don't win an event, there's no way points are going to get them in.
Yeah, that's the thing, Danny. The beauty of the format this season on the Champions Chess Tour, there's so much at stake in every game, in every division, and plenty of players hungry, as you say, Simon, for victory now. They need those points. Time is ticking.
The pressure is on, and one player who's been playing excellent chess in clutch moments has been Vladimir Fedoseev. He's known as the Big Fish, and he's had to get some big wins in to make it to Division 1.
Vladimir Fedoseev muscled his way through the field to win Division 2 of the Chess Kid Cup. In round 1, he had a tough pairing, tactical wizard Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. After each of them scored a win with the black pieces, followed by 2 draws, Armageddon was forced. Both players maintained laser-like precision until an uncharacteristic blunder or possibly mouse slip from Mamedyarov.
Was it a one-move blunder? He forgot he was tied to the f7 pawn, the only feature in the entire position?
After this round, Fedoseev simply cruised through his Division 2 opponents, needing only 3 or 4 games per round to get to the grand finals. Thanks to the double elimination format, it was a rematch against Mamedyarov, and in poetic fashion, it went to Armageddon for the 2nd time. Yet again, the game was decided by a single blunder, and Fedoseev capitalized with a well-timed g4.
And resigned! That's the end of Division 2! He simply blundered a mate in the endgame.
His precision and resourcefulness, with just seconds on the clock, makes him an absolute beast in the format. We will be focusing on Division 1, but it's also big action in Division 2 and 3 of the Aimchess Rapid. And we've got a women grandmaster, Keti Satsalashvili, who will be keeping us up to date with all the action. Keti, welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Tanya.
Wow, and it's your first time doing the other 2 divisions. You excited about this one?
I'm so thrilled to be here.
It's going to be a lot of fun, Keti. We saw Fedoseev making his way to Division 1 by winning Division 2. There's so much on the line for these players.
It's a lot on stake. It is a golden ticket to the first division. This is one of the few ways you can get in the first division, and also $10,000 which is incredible prize. There are several players who made it. Nordebek made it, Fabi made it, and also Fedoseev made it.
Wow. So much to fight for. Let's take a look at the players who will be fighting for that golden ticket into Division 1. And Keti, these are our matchups. Who's the one player we should keep a close eye on?
We should keep the eyes on Amin Tabatabai, who was so close in play-ins to qualify to the first division in this tournament, but he was a bit unlucky. He lost the last game against Wesley So, who, by the way, plays in the first division now in this tournament. So he has to start all over again in the second division.
We'll keep checking in with you on that matchup. And it's not just Division 2. We also have Division 3 action, and some might say bigger names there.
That's right. We have Carlsen playing their 14th world champion. He tries so hard to get in the first division, but he has never been lucky. At this time, he will start all the way from third division. His opponent is Matthias Bluebomb, not the easy one. They have a bit of history. They have played a lot of games, and one of the best games that I have seen was between these two, where Carlsen won with exchange sacrifice, double exchange sacrifice.
Oof.
So it was an incredible game.
That sounds like domination. Well, Bluebomb will have to forget about that game, Ketty. And another name that stands out to me, another matchup, is Laurent Fressinet against Elianov. And Laurent had quite a run in the plains, taking down Magnus Carlsen.
Right, it's not happening to every chess players that you can beat Magnus Carlsen. These two are very good friends, as we know, but the game was itself not friendly. Fressinet beat Magnus Carlsen, but it was not enough for him to qualify to the first division. Magnus Carlsen did. And then after the tournament, he tweeted, and I'll quote this tweet. He said, "We eventually ended up where we belong, but you made my day."
Wow, taking down Magnus Carlsen definitely would make anyone's day. And with all these big matchups, you can follow the excitement and the action on Chess Dojo's Twitch channel. That's where it's at. And even though Magnus Carlsen lost to Laurent Fressinet in the plains, he's been on a hot winning streak ever since. He started the Champions Chess Tour with a bang. We missed him at the Chess Kid Cup, but guess what? He's back.
Under 1 minute now for Hikaru, and wow, what a move.
8 minutes and 59 seconds, beaten by 1 second.
Could he have swapped queens there?
Oh, and Hikaru saw it immediately, and he's shocked.
Oh.
And Magnus has had no struggles against Hikaru over the board. He should be happy.
It's over. We have a winner. Magnus Carlsen takes it. He wins the Air Things Masters, the very first event. And Magnus Carlsen will start the day with a matchup against Jordan Van Foreest. These two players know each other. Jordan has worked with Magnus. David, we want to get your thoughts on this one. What's it like when you play someone you know so well?
It can be tough when you're friends, when you respect each other, but you have to want to kill each other over the board. And it's not going to be easy for Magnus, this one. We heard from Ketty. He actually lost to one of his seconds in the play-in for this tournament. And Jordan, he's a dangerous opponent.
Can Jordan do it? Well, he did lose yesterday to Anish Giri in the playoff of the Dutch Championship. Meanwhile, Magnus on fire with a dominating performance fresh out of Zagreb. We heard from the world number one. Thanks for another great event. Always love coming to Zagreb. 9 out of 9. Danny, what a performance.
Yeah, it's a little bit of out of the frying pan into the fire for Jordan after losing to Anish, and then here you get rewarded with the greatest player of all time who seems to be finding his form. 9 out of 9, 6 out of 9, also a good score. He also went 11 out of 11 at the Title Tuesday recently, which is a strong tournament. So Magnus, as you said, he's back. He seems to be finding the form.
And Sai, what's that like? You win a tournament, you want time off, you want to celebrate. There's no rest for the world number one.
I'm actually quite intrigued to know how he did celebrate. Did he go out? Did he celebrate? Did he have one glass of wine, or did he go to bed early? Maybe we'll find out very soon with his play, but it's going to be very exciting first game.
Simon, with all the burning questions there, well, the other exciting matchup is Vladimir Fedoseev taking on Levon Aronian. And David, what's going to be the key strategy for the players in that one?
Well, I think Levon has maybe the advantage in experience and in the opening phase of the game. Fedoseev, however, especially if it comes down to a time scramble, he's a slippery customer. He's tricky there. And I don't think Lev maybe has the mouse skills of Fedoseev. So, yeah, early strike for Levon. That's what I'd try and recommend. Yeah.
It's going to be a fun match. And we also have the youngest ever world rapid champion, Nordebek Abdusatrov, taking on Wesley So. A clash of generations, but Danny, also a clash of styles?
I think a little bit. Wesley, a super accurate player, right? Wesley just won the global championship. He knows himself in these online formats, even though Nordebek, I think, is developing the reputation, winning a world rapid title, and then also he wins a lot of time scrambles. So I honestly feel like of all the matchups, I feel like that one is the most of a coin flip in my mind going into the first set of games. So we'll see.
It's going to be a fun day of chess. Nordebek Abdusatrov, he did win The Chess Kit Cup, can he do it again? Let's take a look at the format, the regulations of the Aimchess Rapid. The players will once again be fighting in a best-of-4 mini-match. 15 minutes with a 3-second increment every time they make a move. The minimum margin to win the match is 2.5 points. If it ends in a tie, we will have the bidding Armageddons, and it is a double elimination bracket. You lose, you go down to the elimination bracket. You win, you stay in the winner's bracket. David, how's that worked out and who does that favor?
Yeah, on paper it favors the stronger players, and you can point to the fact that Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura have won tournaments so far this season. However, anything is still possible. Last time we saw Abdusattorov take the victory, and it certainly leads to a lot of drama. Here we see the players ready to kick off the tournament.
A lot of drama. That's what we're looking forward to, as Jordan van Foreest will start with the white pieces. He's known as one of the most creative chess players, known for his offbeat opening. Simon, is that what we're expecting from him? Something early on to throw off Magnus?
Yeah, it's very hard to surprise Magnus. I mean, Magnus has pretty much tried everything himself, even the bomb cloud. So I don't know, can you surprise Magnus? Is it actually a thing that's possible?
Well, and it's funny, in terms of surprises, remember, because Jordan is a second of Magnus, right? You have this sort of gentleman's agreement not to play prep you've at least worked on together. So does that also make both players think a little bit in the first stage about exactly what weapon they want to employ? It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, you have to be a bit of a mean character to try and play something that you've discussed in the past together. But Jordan, he's full of tricks, full of surprises. It's Magnus who, with black, might be the one to answer questions at the early stages. I'm impatient. I want to see the first moves.
Me too. I'm waiting. A couple of empty chairs there, too.
Yeah.
Wow, what about predictions, opening predictions? Are we expecting king pawn openings, the queen pawn opening, or something completely random from Jordan?
The thing with Jordan is he's just a wild man. He's completely wild, and that's why I love watching him play. I mean, he can play anything at all. He plays loads of different interesting ideas. When he's playing Magnus, it probably makes sense to try and make it a little bit funky. You know, funk it up a little bit, because Magnus is, oh, we're off. We have some moves. Here we go. Are you ready? Come on.
See the wizard. Here we go. It is, what was it? That must have been e4. We have an early a6, though.
A French a6?
Yeah.
Simon, you got to be happy with that one.
But did he play a6 and move 1? This is what I'm trying to work out.
Breaking news.
He did. He indeed played e4, a6, d4, then e6, and we have d5. So a French with a6. Fun times.
Fun times. And Simon, you're the French defense expert, but a6, not the most useful move in this position.
Maybe it was that glass of wine coming in there, you know, the wine slip. I mean, a6 is a move that the late Mike Basman used to play. And of course, he used this recently, didn't he, Danny, in Title Tuesday to win every single game.
I was going to say, he used it pretty effectively in Title Tuesday, right? He didn't ever lose a game. And, you know, David, you say it's not the most useful move, but depending on what white does, right? Either white gets a development lead because of this extra pawn move, or a6 down the road is often useful, right? Because black will play c5 and try to expand on the queen side. So especially in fast time controls, it's a flexible and kind of a tricky move order.
Yeah, waiting moves actually often the most annoying to face, because just having the burden of the move, you want to make maximum kind of profit from that. And it's not clear how Jordan will do that, especially if the center locks up, Danny, especially if the game takes a slower pace.
It's not very good for the beginners out there, though, is it? Because I remember when Hikaru used to bring his queen out and move 2, and you get all the kids at chess club, and they're like, "I'll bring my queen out," and it's because why are you bringing your queen out?
When you're
Hikaru
as good as Hikaru and Magnus, you get to then cross the line. It's like having kids. Eventually, you're allowed to say, "Do as I say, not as I do," right? And in those cases, Magnus and Hikaru are good enough to say, like, I know that it's not the most principled, but there's some tricks here. And although I will say this, Jordan played knight c3. We're sitting here blabbering away. It's now Magnus who's on the clock until he just plays bishop b4.
Wow. We were expecting Jordan van Foreest to make it funky in the opening, but it looks like Magnus is the one who's bringing in the funk. While this one heats up, it's sure to be a roller coaster ride. We are also getting first moves from Fabiano Caruana and Iturrizaga. The players are ready to go. Wow, Fabi starts with the white pieces. Something more sane in this one?
First, I'm glad we're jumping to this one next, because this was the one game we didn't have a chance to preview out of the gate. And I want to say that Fabiano and Iturrizaga they've played each other a few times. I mentioned the Pro Chess League. They've both been playing for their teams for several years now. So this is a matchup that they're both familiar with. I think Fabi with the white pieces will be super well prepared. And we'll see if Iturrizaga can survive the opening middle game stage without Fabi getting a big edge.
But Fabi does have a positive score against Iturrizaga.
Yes, he does.
So can Iturrizaga strike back? But he is such a dangerous player as well. Iturrizaga, he's known for his attack and aggressive play. With the black pieces, is that harder to achieve?
Certainly, especially against someone as well prepared as Fabiano. On paper, rated quite significantly lower here at Iturrizaga, but in one-off games, especially rapid games where his strengths come to the fore, he is certainly capable. So I do think I completely agree with Danny here. It's the opening that will decide, especially in the first game or two of the day, will decide the path of this match. If Fabi can strike with white, as he tends to do against all the best players in the world, then it's going to be an uphill struggle.
Fabi looks extremely still on camera right now.
I was going to say, his time is ticking. His time is ticking, and he hasn't moved yet. So sometimes that's...
He's doing his meditation. That's what
he could be meditating.
You know, he's just saying...
Sometimes the players are having a staring contest with each other, and whoever blinks first. No, I don't think so. I think that probably we will have a reset at some point of Fabi's cam and the clock. But anyway, yeah, I agree with you, David, and just that Fabi has this reputation of being so well prepared, although when I've talked with him, he always laughs at that because he doesn't necessarily feel like he's as more prepared than any of the other top players. Yet I think that reputation is deserved, and we'll see what he has for the first move.
Yeah, I think I'm just scarred, Danny. He's beaten me so many times just straight out of the opening. But, yeah, we'll see when this game does eventually start.
Maybe it's that stare. You know, maybe it's that stare that's getting on top of you there, David, you know, staring into your soul, scary you know, stuff. So it's a stare, yes.
Iturrizaga seems ready. He's kind of like, hey, what's going on here? I'm bouncing around. I got the nerves in the chairs.
Clocks have been reset now, so maybe Fabi... just working on that internet connection, but he'll be with us soon.
Oof, that's there by Fabi there, where we will have the first moves here. And I remember in the plains of the Aimchess Rapid, the celebration of Iturrizaga when he won against Parham. It went down to the wire. An incredible Armageddon, and that was a reflection of his strength in these formats.
A reflection of his strength, the celebration, a reflection of how much they care, right? There's so much on the line here, as you guys talked about. Just making Division 1 is a borderline golden ticket, right? Because now you literally have an opportunity to go all the way and compete for the $500,000 prizes at the end. So the players want this, and don't mistake their motivation or how well prepared Iturrizaga will come to this game. So.
100%. And for Iturrizaga, it's a big moment. He has this platform playing against the big boys. He's super motivated. While the players get ready for this one, we will have action soon on Nordebek Abdusattorov starting with the white pieces against Wesley. So a big clash of generations here, but Wesley's got to be one of the hardest players on the planet to beat. How does Nordebek find his chances with white here, David?
Oh, Tanya, I wish I knew. Wesley, when he wants to just avoid defeat, he tends to succeed. And look at those ratings, both over 2,800.
Wow.
Yeah, shows how strong both these players are, shows how in form they are and how great they are at rapid chess. Meanwhile, d4, first move. Queen's pawn opening, Abdusattorov tends to start the game this way nowadays. And what will we see? Queen's Gambit, London system. He keeps us guessing with this knight here.
Moved away from the Scotch, you know, that's too bad, right? As a fellow dubious openings player, Simon, you can relate to me,
well,
right?
A bit too much, I'm afraid. Yeah.
the Scotch is no longer a regular part of Nordebek's repertoire. Yeah, he did switch to d4 pretty consistently.
I prefer the drink, Danny, I have to say. But this is a bit of a surprise, though, bringing the bishop out to this square on g5. But it's a bit of a strange one because you don't normally play the Tory when black plays the queen's pawn as well. I know that Kramnik's played in this way sometimes, but not many other elite players. But probably a wise choice against Wesley So, because Wesley So is known to specialise in the opening. So try to get him out of his normal sort of routine is possibly wise, do we think?
Yeah, it seems like Abdusattorov just wants to get a position. He just wants to say to Wesley, let's play, no opening theory, research won't have helped you here. But yeah, it does feel a bit dodgy for white somehow. You spend a lot of time with your bishop that now sits on the edge of the board. Often when that white dark square bishop comes out, the b2 pawn is a bit weak. Black's queen can come out and start creating some threats already.
I was just going to say, that's the key part of these lines, is how aggressive does black want to be? Because black can play queen to b6 and poke at b2, and if that's followed with a quick bishop development and a rook coming to c8, those are some of the spiciest variations anyway, right? Will Wesley challenge Nordebek that directly? We'll see.
Yeah, that's the thing against Wesley. Sometimes you can provoke him, and he won't necessarily rise to that challenge. He just wants to get out of the opening with a very solid position. And yeah, I think this one, we'll see which player's happier in a few moves' time.
Absolutely, David. We are getting offbeat openings across the boards, and we've got one more matchup which is about to start. Vladimir Fedoseev, aka Big Fish, taking on the legend, Levon Aronian, who has been an icon slayer recently. He took down Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Jan Krzysztof Duda recently in the Global Chess League. Will he continue his form? It's going to be a tough one for Fedoseev.
Yeah, this one is going to be tough, but Fedoseev, he also excels in this format and especially online, some great results. Danny, you listed just a few of the achievements of his, and I'm not sure how he'll start the game as well. Fedoseev, he's a bit of a, well, I was going to say loose cannon, but in a really impressive way. He can kind of keep his opponents guessing in the opening.
Yeah, I agree. And I think he's sneakily underrated. Again, you know, when you start listing out names, he's not historically been a household name, right? But he was the MVP of the Pro Chess League finals, and again, the matchups that he was facing every game there were super impressive. So he's been playing fantastic chess lately, and we'll see. I mean, he also hasn't moved yet either, so we're waiting, but the clock's just started, so this game is about to get underway.
Danny, we were talking about the room game behind them.
Yeah.
And Lev is clearly winning that.
Yeah,
look at those boards. Look at those books there. I think Lev, you know, he's definitely got the room game. Very strong room game there.
Fedoseev usually loses the room game. In fact, I've seen him playing from that room with that exact lighting more times than I would even want to talk about. So, but that's a new room for Lev, or at least...
It's so cool to have these chessboards and these chess books around for all that extra motivation that you need when you're running on seconds here. You've got moves, and it's a Spanish.
Yeah, Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez, and, the Berlin played by Aronian. Not necessarily a bad thing against Fedoseev, though, because Fedoseev for sure won't take the easy way out, won't go into any drawish or dull endgames, and we see all the pieces stay on the board. This, of course, is mainline theory, but, at least tension guaranteed. Bishop g5, very ambitious stuff by Fedoseev, creating this pin on the Black Knight. What do we think of this?
Yeah, the theory is still going to be both these guys I expect to play pretty quickly, and they are delivering. Look at this, and the voluntary retreat to h4. These are guys who've come with something at home that they cooked up. So maybe that'll be the first surprise. Levon is giving pause to that one.
How do you explain that retreat? Because usually white wants to make that move once black gets to that bishop, advancing that h-pawn one step ahead. But Fedoseev just coming back, what's the point of that move?
I admit I am not a Spanish expert anymore at some point. No, I'm kidding. I don't know if I was ever a Spanish expert. But I think one of the obvious ideas is to maybe come to g3 with the bishop and sort of over-assault this pawn on e5. Bishop e7 is an interesting move, too, because initially you think the e5 pawn is hanging, but because of tactics, that's not the case. So anyway, this is interesting that immediately followed by bishop e7. If we want to show real quick why knight takes e5 is not that big of a deal, I think it's because black can just take on e4. And at the end of these lines, the exchange actually will favor black because I think the opening of the position allows black's pieces to be a little more active at the end. So interesting. But again, I don't know. David, you're the strongest player in the room. You're supposed to answer the really tough questions. Why bishop h4?
That is a really tough one. You're right there, Danny. And I think it is, as you say, just to come round. I think he wants to gain time against this pawn, not by taking it immediately. But once you come round, you do force black to react. I'm wondering here just how black defends this pawn, first of all. Do you really want to spend another move with your bishop, the third move with this bishop, to kind of plant itself on a bad passive square on d6, just to defend? Maybe this is Lev's idea. I'm assuming that Fedoseev has a plan in mind, because if you don't retreat your bishop right now, then, basically this tactic is always going to exist. You have to watch out for this trick of knight takes e4 all the time.
Wow.
Very tense.
So it does start with an anti-Berlin, but things are heating up in this one. Meanwhile, we are also getting started on the Fabiano Caruana against Eduardo Iturrizaga. If Eduardo takes this, it would be a big upset on the paper.
Huge upset. I mean, you pointed out that even though I keep referencing the Pro Chess League just because it's where we've seen these two guys play, but Fabi has a plus record. Fabi has a plus record against a lot of people in the PCL. We think of names like Magnus and Hikaru, I think first, especially because of this year. But Fabi has led a couple of teams to 2 Pro Chess League titles. And so, again, we always talk about that, not just because he's a friend. I think he's often underrated in rapid and blitz formats, and he's consistently been in the final matchup here at the CCT, right? And he's lost twice. But I think he's way more dangerous in rapid. I think the reputation of the 2018 World Championship will never not follow him wherever he goes, right? But I expect that Fabi will be the favorite big time in this matchup.
And he actually won a medal at the World Rapid Championship recently in Almaty. He's actively worked on his speed chess. and we've seen big improvements by Fabi. It feels like Fabi version 2.0. He has been having quite a performance this year. He's looking for a win in the Champions Chess Tour. He's been in the final twice. Can he do it in this event? And David, we've got moves.
We do have moves. This game started as a Caro-Kann defense, the exchange variation, so we saw a trade of pawns in the center very early, and now we have something that we call the Carlsbad structure, where it's going to be a bit closed for a while, but both sides will maneuver around, and actually both sides can play on either side of the board. So early stages in this one, of course. Aturazaga is known as a Caro-Kann expert, so he's well-versed in this type of structure, I will say. Fabi maybe being a bit less direct than I expected him to be.
Yeah, it's quite funny, actually. We mentioned that Fabi and his blitz play, his rapid play. And if we go back to the World Championships where he played against Magnus Carlsen, and he lost the World Championships in the quick section, and everyone was just saying he's a terrible quick player. He can't play blitz chess. So then, since then, he's just got better and better. He was always good, of course, but he seems to be improving at the quicker time limits all the time. So it's something he's definitely worked on, I think. And this is what's happening most of the time now, quick chess. Is it the way forwards?
Looks like it. And do you think that exactly that World Championship is what motivated Fabi to get better in these formats?
It's funny. I've talked with him a lot about this, and Fabi's version of that was, okay, he would argue that a lot of people lost to Magnus in Rapid around that time. But if you go back to what actually happened in the games, a lot of people may not remember that in game 1 of the Rapid tiebreaker, Fabi was much better and actually felt confident and was feeling good, and that he actually blames that result much more on sort of losing his way psychologically. After losing the first game, things kind of started to tilt. But from his perspective, it wasn't just the time control. So anyway, I would argue that regardless of whether someone agrees with it, right, perspective tends to be reality for most people. And I think he knew he needed to work on it if he was ever in that spot again. And he certainly has committed. And anyway, it's why he's been arguably, again, he has yet to win one, but you could argue that Fabiano Caruana has been maybe the best player in the Champions Tour for the most of this season. So we'll see if he can deliver again this week.
Yeah. He's been runners-up in 2 events. Fantastic performance so far on the tour. And speaking of the 2018 World Championship, let's go back to Magnus Carlsen taking on Jordan van Foreest. Wow, there's a lot that's happened. Queen's off the board. This is the end game. David, how are we assessing this position?
Yeah, we haven't been playing too long, but already queens are off, all the bishops are gone. It is an endgame, and White has more space. If you look at the pawns in the center of the board and on the king side, White has advanced quite far there. But due to the lack of pieces, actually White has a lot of responsibility now. White has a lot of squares to cover, and Black is rock solid, especially with knights. Anything can happen. They're going to jump in and around. I'm seeing the Black knight jumping into White's queen side very shortly. I think objectively it's roughly in the balance, but we all know Magnus's reputation in the endgame. Can Jordan hold his own there? That's the big question.
Is he the best endgame player, Magnus?
I think he's the best endgame player of all time. I mean, I'll just outright say it, but I think Magnus loves the opportunity to sort of just outmaneuver people, and I don't want to use the word swindle because he's not winning endgames by swindling, but his ability to just keep pushing is based on the psychological edge he often brings to the table, and I think he doesn't look at an equal position and say equal draw. He says equal, okay, I'm the better player, so an equal position gives me more chances to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty standard structure, this, you get from the French defence. I mean, whenever I'm on the Black side of this, I mean, I'm pretty happy because I've survived the opening for a start. But if you look at the weaknesses in the position, the one good thing that Black has is that not really any pawns of Black's are serious weaknesses, but White has this pawn at the base of the pawn structure in the middle of the board, and that is a weakness. And this is something which is very prevalent in this type of structure. But of course, it should be even at the moment, and it's easier to play with more space. And I think White should just push his kingside pawns, try to create some weakness over there, but moving the king into the middle seems very sensible as well.
Wants to overprotect that d4 pawn just to make sure that maybe then he can move the knight from b3. I don't know if we want to analyze this at all before this may end up being the game that's over first if we want to just quickly look at it, but it's, I think the king will come to d3 and go overprotect the d4 pawn, and then White maybe tries to use some sort of grip pawn structure on the king side, advancing for this g5 break. The g5 break is often the most dynamic one, because if g5 occurs, Black only has bad choices. If you take it, you always give the outside passer, and if you leave it, White capturing h6 creates a weakness. So there's these crazy ideas where you sacrifice everything for a queen, but that won't be the case here. So anyway, I think that while we're applauding Magnus, I don't think Jordan is in any danger in this game.
Yeah. So you would be happy to see Freddie the F-pawn, Gary the G-pawn advance down the board. Even though queens are off the board, there's still potential to create weaknesses here.
I'm actually happier that you know the names of the pawns like me.
I learned.
That
is. That's amazing. Well done, Tanya. That's put a smile on my face. And if anyone out there doesn't have a clue what we're talking about, then I get the pawns' names depending what file they're on. So you have the pawn on the right-hand side. It's on the H file. Of course, it's called Harry, after Dirty Harry, the character. And they've all got funny little names there. But we are seeing on the board here, David, many exchanges. I mean, you're an endgame expert, I think it's fair to say. You love playing 200-plus move games, don't you, David? Sorry to say. And who would you prefer to be here?
Yeah, you're basically calling me a boring old man,
No,
Simon.
No. I did not use those words.
I do like my endgames, and I, just like Danny, would choose white. I think there's less risk for white. It feels like if you just protect everything, you have a draw at hand. But yeah, if you want to play for a win, I was about to say Jordan paused at that moment. It looked a bit strange. He's changed the pawn structure. He wants to maybe break with this pawn. Now he has full defense over his center. Maybe he's just going to retreat his knight, say everything's defended, and go for glory on the king side.
Yeah, I don't really think he's in much danger here. I was surprised by rook c3, and of course the computer only giving a teeny edge for white. But I think from a practical perspective, white is controlling all the cards, right? You'll play g4. At some point, you will decide whether f5 or g5 is worth it. Maybe that's part of Magnus's psychological plan, is he believes in himself enough to say, come get me, big fella, and see if you give me some chances once we're both under time pressure. But, and by the way, speaking of time pressure, I think that's the one thing we haven't called out, is regardless of the X's and O's, Magnus is doubly up on the clock. And if you just take another 4 minutes away for both players and not much has changed, that'll be the thing Magnus is playing for.
And Jordan van for us right now in full control. He's the one with all the pawn breaks in the position, the one with the active rook, eyeing the b-pawn weakness that black has. Potential breaks. Can Jordan try and grind this one out and get more out of this position? We will check back here. But for now, let's get an update on Fabiano Caruana taking on the underdog of the Aimchess Rapid, Eduardo Iturrizaga. There have been a few moves. David, since we last checked in, what do we make of the developments?
Yeah, so this game, we mentioned the pawn structure. It has changed slightly, and that's mostly because of the development of the pieces. I'm looking already at what's happened here, the outlines of the position, and Iturrizaga has planted black's light-squared bishop on a very odd square on e6. It looks like it gets in the way. White's queen, meanwhile, putting some pressure on some pawns. If everything is balanced, if both sides just get developed, then I'm liking white's chances. I don't know about you, Danny, Simon.
It's interesting because the bishop is on e6, but it's sort of by design, right? Because if white were to take on f6, I think most viewers would say, hey, that doubles black's pawns, right? But I think if you take f6, then the bishop looks perfect there, guarding the d5 pawn, and black's pieces will develop. So I think this is, still very equal. I like this move h6, sort of putting the question to the bishop, which diagonal do you want to stay on? Because if you commit back to e3 to guard h6, then eventually maybe black has e5 coming. So anyway, not to get too technical yet, but I think both players are actually doing a little more deep looking here than first meets the eye, because they want to make sure their pieces are on the right squares for their plan. Oh, wow, and he commits. Here goes a double-edged game. Simon, this is right up your alley. We've got the bishop pair and bad pawns.
Yeah, I kind of like white, though. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just looked a bit clumsy for black to put that light square bishop in the middle of the board there. I mean, I think there's two ways you evaluate a position generally. You look at the pawn structure, and then you look at the pieces. And I always say the pawn structure is like the skeleton. It kind of holds things together, and the pieces are like your organs. They kind of make the skeleton work. And here, just white's skeleton is really lovely. Everything's defending each other. But if you look at black's skeleton, he's got so many little weaknesses. The white pawn in the middle of the board, the double pawns on the right-hand side, and also the pieces. OK, black's got two bishops, but two bishops are not always good. There's already some tactical tricks here that, David, you might be able to show us there. And black had to play a defensive move there to stop those tactical tricks.
Yeah, there might still be tactical tricks, Simon. I'm just looking at the position now and I'm thinking, OK, maybe you can get away with, for example, sacrificing a piece on e6.
I love that idea. I'm looking at it like, can we please show it? Thank you for having the analysis board, because I'm like a kid in a candy store. Rook takes e6. If queen takes e6, you win the queen. And if pawn takes e6, there's bishop takes g6 check, which I mean, let's go, Fabi. Like, that's the kind of chess we want to see on a Monday morning, right? Monday afternoon. I'm still a little jet lagged, everybody. Forgive me. So depending on where you are. But I love this idea. I think we might see it.
Yeah, and he's paused. He's taking a think. I agree with you guys. I think this is exactly what he's thinking about. Rook e6 on his radar. Will he go for this sacrifice? This is a critical moment.
Yeah, critical moment. Look at it, Turazaga. Just looks super nervous. Like you said, Tanya, just looking back a minute ago, it looked like he was praying. He was like, please don't hit me now. Give me time to castle. If Black does get the time to put his king to safety, it's going to be a very tense middle game. And actually, I have to disagree with Simon. These are my favorite type of pawns. It's my favorite pawn structure. They're so mobile, and Black's king will be super safe, tucked behind them. So this feels like a key moment. Yeah. Will Fabi go for it?
And look at Eduardo. He's looking away. He's also looking at these lines. He doesn't want to see that rook sacrifice, that exchange sacrifice on the board right now.
He's doing a Beth Harmon, isn't he?
He's like pulling a Beth Harmon, looking at the pieces on the chessboard.
Yeah, just having a little look
on
at
the ceiling.
Yeah, what's happening up there? And
Let's do it, Fabi.
I really hope we see a sacrifice now. Come on, we need that Monday sacrifice. Just throw the piece at him, get the caveman chess going, and get the rock and roll on the board. Will he do it? Should we have a little vote?
Yes.
I think
he's going to go for it.
He's going to do it. I think Turazaga head in hand. I wonder if sometimes if you look at the player you're facing. I know Hikaru does that a lot, where he's looking at the player's reaction. But oh wait,
he goes the other way.
He goes for the. I was just going to say, if you do this, Black gets a lot of pieces for the queen. And I didn't.
And
I was going to highlight that this is exactly why the same idea doesn't work with the other move order, and yet Fabi says no, you're wrong, or he's wrong, because this is queen takes e1, knight takes e1, and
Black can throw his knight in the way.
Even better.
Black keeps the queen. Black will be up the exchange, a rook for minor piece. And
did he miss this, Dave? I mean, possibly just miss this knight e5. I mean, you're a bit rusty the first game. This could be a major upset just looking at the evaluation bar already. I mean, with the black pieces, Black's just doing well here, surely.
Yep.
More material, 2 pawns in the centre. Fabi's not giving much away with his facial reactions there. This is strange.
I don't think he missed it. I think he just misevaluated this position. Maybe he assumed, okay, White's knight can go and take this black pawn in the center. Things are opening up against the black queen and king, but Black is just going to castle to safety. And I don't think you have enough ammunition here. I don't think you have enough white pieces to justify this sacrifice.
Completely agree. And even if you play queen takes b7 here, Black will castle, and then the b file becomes a weakness instead of an asset. And so this is an exchange sacrifice misevaluation gone wrong. I think you're right, David, that it was less about a calculation error and more about just maybe misevaluating the chances of this position, because I'm really liking Black's chances.
It's very strange that someone like Fabi, one of the best players in the world ever, to misevaluate a position. I don't really believe that, because he's such a strong player. He's so experienced, and he's taken loads of risks here. I mean, he had a good position. When you've got a good position, why take so many risks unless you miss something? I think he maybe just missed this move. I don't know. I mean, why else? I don't see... you have to have something concrete here. I mean, you mentioned knight takes e5, but you can't just hope it works. You've got to make sure that it works. And this is a mistake that a lot of lower-rated players do. They play an attractive-looking tactic, but they don't calculate it, visualize it quite far enough ahead. But Fabio is not a lower-rated player. He's a fantastic player. So, so I'm really surprised.
Yeah, I think he's just banking on this knight takes e5 move, hoping that Black takes this knight back and there will be some action along the e-file with a pin. But what if Black just castles? I'm not even sure which way Black should castle. OK, he has played this move. This is the position on the board. But, for example, if Black even castles queenside, this knight is pinned. You're not kind of getting anything else other than a pawn for your exchange. And Black's pieces all very active.
It's funny how much we disagree about where Fabi went wrong here. I'm going to continue to disagree, because I don't know he miscalculated as more as... I think I always try to have these self-reflective moments where I try to be like, are we just biased because we can see the eval bar, right? And we're looking at this position and we see the edge for Black, but is it really that much? Because after knight takes e5, if bishop takes e5, if we can show it, David, knight f3 is going to come. You're going to win the piece back with interest. The pawn on d5 is weak. And so I think sometimes we look at it and we go, wait, like, did they blunder? Or is Fabi like, look, I've got a lot of compensation here. This is harder to play for Black than maybe humans realize, and we're just suffering from eval bias-itis because we can see the eval bar.
But is it a case when you've got a good position, you're taking risks, right? Because you are unbalanced in the situation. Is that the right thing to do, principle-wise? I mean, it's very risky to take such risks when you have a good position anyway. When your position is equal or maybe worse, I can maybe understand this decision more, but it's... but of course, I can see the valuation bar. And it does help my thinking that it's in Black's favour.
It's fair.
Fabiano Caruana, one of the best calculators on the planet, there with the move order switch up, and now it looks like he's in trouble. Eduardo Eterezaga calmly brings his king to safety on the king side. Also notice how there's a pin along the e-file, so the knight isn't that free to jump around. Fabi in trouble here. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was a little bit of reaction there by Fabi. He had a head shake after that knight jumping onto the center, blocking the E-line. It could very well have just been a blind spot.
I love that you're the first person to call it the body language. That's usually my job. It feels so good that I wasn't the first person to point that out. But I did see it. And Fabi is one player who always gives us crap for, like, you guys read way too much into top player body language. And I'm like, well, I can always see when you blunder, so you can say that. But no, I agree. I did see that. I think, I don't know whether it was a full chagrin or if he just kind of acknowledged that this is going to be harder than he thinks. So this is... It's tricky. I kind of want to quickly go back to the Jordan game versus Magnus, just because we started there. If that's okay, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to make that call or not. But breaking the fourth wall by just calling, I think it's a good one to check on. Just because even though I expect it to be a draw, we did see this G5 structure, which is kind of White's main plan. H6 is going to fall here, even though Magnus is currently up a pawn. And if time pressure ensues, knights are some of the trickiest pieces. We got the Bullet Chess Championship coming up. This is about to be a bullet battle with a little bit of increment.
Yeah, and we all know how badly knights suffer against rook's pawns. In this case, Harry the H-pawn for Simon here could play a decisive role if Magnus isn't able to deal with that. And, OK, material balance will be restored. Who would you pick here? Evaluation bar says draw, but which side do you think is easier to play?
I mean, I'd definitely pick white here because when you get to knight endings, the most precious passed pawn to have is the wing pawn. And you can see that Harry over there, it could be strong. Luckily, well, I don't know about luck, but Magnus has his king in front of that pawn. But the problem that you have when you're defending against a rook's pawn is that your knight can only defend it from one side. It can't jump off the board and defend it from another side. So I definitely pick white here, but unless white can get his king in, there's not much material on the board. You're playing a pretty good in-game player. I mean, he's not bad, is he? If you're playing me, you'd have some chances. You're playing Danny, even more chances. You're playing David, no chances. And I mean, sorry, Danny, we've got to get it in.
Pick on me all you want. I think we're about to see a repetition. It was glad we came here because it's the final instructor. Oh, you don't think so?
No, I think Magnus might be trying to win that Harry the H-pawn and actually maybe even push on for a couple of moves. David, are there any chances of that happening?
Certainly now. And Jordan, he shook his head.
Yeah,
he missed this move. He could have gone the other way with this king. He could have cut out this option, and I think, like you said, Danny, we would have seen a draw within moments. But suddenly, big question, does white push the pawn, allowing the black king to either step forward or to the side, and that pawn will be weak forever, picked off soon? Or do you move your knight forward where the black king again is allowed forward? Suddenly, big question to answer.
Yeah, I apologize. I was maybe just thinking about Simon picking on me, I guess. But no, Danny, it's obvious that the white king needed to go to f3.
Danny, you will get your revenge, I'm sure. We've got plenty of days left, my friends.
But no, the H-pawn is going to fall. You're right, Tanya.
Jordan's not got plenty of time left. He's got 25 seconds on the clock. The line is on the board, David, the one that you were calling out. Now there are two pieces attacking the H-pawn. I don't see a way for white to keep it together.
Yeah, that pawn is dropping, and wow, Jordan pushes his king to d4. What is the expected reply after knight takes pawn? Suddenly, there's a threat of knight trade. The f4 pawn as well for white is hanging.
Yeah, I think the one lucky thing Jordan has going for him is just that f7. f7 is tender the moment the black king gets too aggressive, right? You play knight g4 check, and on king g6, king e3, and you say, all right, I screwed up. Now show me, right? And will black be able to make progress without knight h6 coming in?
Asking Magnus to show how to win a pawn up, that is scary. It's really scary. I mean,
for sure.
You can ask Magnus a lot of questions, but I've seen him win so many unwinnable endings just sitting on the, sitting here. He does it so often, especially when the clock is very low. But, I mean, how realistic do you think that is, David? I mean, here, that Magnus can win this?
Well, that's the thing. If it was anyone else in the world, I'd say Jordan's going to draw. We also see the evaluation bar, so objectively, it should still be a draw.
Yeah.
Magnus still needs a bit of magic. But, yeah, we've seen him milk these types of advantages.
I think one of the things I always ask in these positions is, if I could pass the move, would that be progress? And I think one of the problems is, even if black could pass the move, the white king will now sit on e3 and f3, and if the d4 pawn ever pushes, you'll go to e4. So I don't, and you can't exchange pawns. So I'm sort of wondering if there's any real way to trick white here. But if there is, Magnus Carlsen will find it. Full disclosure, but I still think that Jordan is going to hold a draw despite blundering to get here.
Yeah, the clock situation though is another huge factor right now. If Magnus can set a trap where there's only 1 or 2 moves to stay in the game, I'm not sure it's going to be easy for Jordan. And already you can threaten a knight exchange. He's considering Magnus throwing his pawn forward now, his passed d pawn, to attack that white knight now that the king has slightly sidelined itself for white. But big moment.
Yeah. Wow. 15 seconds on the clock. The last player you want to be trying to defend this position against in the world is Magnus Carlsen. Jordan van Foreest, a big task, a big ask of him right now. Can he hold the draw here? Black can start looking at advancing down the board with that d pawn. Guys, predictions. Will this end in a draw, or will this be a Magnus win?
Oh man, now we're on the spot.
No pressure, Danny.
You know, just to avoid being the person who always picks the most dramatic storyline, I'm going to say that it's going to be the draw, because I'm accused often by chat. By the way, hi chat, we see you, as looking for the biggest dramatic storyline. But I think Jordan will hold, although right as I say it, I'm now looking at the d-pawn and starting to look at some real crazy lines. So, Simon.
No, Magnus will crush it. Okay. No doubt about it. I mean, Magnus is just going to grind it, find an opportunity. Jordan, the problem is, Jordan has to play so accurately. I mean, even though, as you pointed out, Danny, it's not easy to win at all, Magnus can keep trying stuff, and as soon as I say that, they're repeating kings. But yeah, I mean, it's not easy to win. But David, what do you reckon? You've got to have the
deciding.
Yeah,
deciding what?
Yeah. I don't know, Tanya. You need to vote too, but I'll say draw, because it feels like Jordan has set up really nicely with his pieces.
But he's going for the win. He refused the third time repetition here, so Magnus is going to try till the end.
Yeah, Magnus, he'll play till king versus king if he needs to. We've seen that before from him. But whether he's successful to win, that's another question. It feels like Jordan's got his knight on a perfect circuit right now. White's knight is stopping the advance of black's extra pawn, the d-pawn, and it can give the black king some annoying checks too. f5 is always going to be a way to try and trade pawns for white later if you can arrange it. Oof, I'm talking myself into a corner here, but I'll say draw.
The good news is we don't have a lot of other games to get to. We already had 2 quick draws between Aronian and Fedoseev, and Noterbek Abdusaturov, respectively. So we've got this game and the Fabiano game. So I'm willing to just stay right here until we see Magnus show us whether he's going to find a way or not.
12 seconds for Jordan van Foreest. He does repeat with the knight and king, and that's all that he has to do, right? Shuffle around with the knight and the king, make sure that black's king doesn't get active. But is there a potential winning plan in this position for black here?
Queen the pawn.
Queen the pawn.
I think you have to be able to advance. If we want to bring up the analysis board, we might as well show how it works, right? So if black can advance the d-pawn, not really because you have hopes of queening, but because you can distract the white king in the right opportunity for the black king to go to g6 and f5. The problem is you have to do it where the knight is also somehow sidelined himself, because otherwise f7's a problem, or as we see now, check, right? So the right way to do this is to advance the d-pawn that first distracts the knight to b4, David, and then distracts the king. Only at that time, if the knight is sidelined on the queen side and the king has retreated, could black win? So we'll see.
Knight b3, great call there, Danny. It's on the board. He wants to get the d-pawn moving.
But the thing is, you have to, okay, and now Jordan sees a chance. Actually, I think this is a great move. I think Jordan has just clinched that, because you get one more pawn off the board and suddenly you're in sack territory, right? Sack the knight for the remaining pawns and you should be able to draw.
Yeah, it's a good strategy, isn't it, David? I mean, when you're trying to draw, exchange off as many pawns as you can, because there's less to worry about, really.
Yeah, there's just one trap in the position just to show, and Jordan didn't fall for it. If you'd taken this pawn,
I love it. Eval bar heart attack. Don't make Tanya fall off the chair. There you go. If you take the pawn, bad things happen.
Yeah, if the knights disappear, black will win due to this protected pass pawn. But this didn't happen in the game, and Jordan's still holding the balance. This is the game position. He will trade off at least one set of pawns and should make a draw.
And we're getting another update that Iturrizaga, Fabiano also ended in a draw. So that's 3 draws. Will this be the 4th draw? Right now, Jordan seems to be doing everything right, but not anymore.
He blundered his knight. He walked his knight into a trap because the knight guard's b4. The knight guard's...
Do you know what? You just never bet against Magnus, guys.
If knight a6, king b7, and then... Oh, king b7. The knight's out of squares.
He probably would have just repeated, and now anyway you lose the knight, but white's coming out of after the pawns. It's not going to be enough, David.
But what is happening? Can you just take that white knight?
You just take it, and then knight f4 King f5,
and then just keep pushing. Oh, it's so tricky now, though. White's knight has escaped, but the pawn is rolling. Maybe Magnus has played it perfectly. Now the white king has to give way, and
oh my gosh,
the black knight's going to win.
Sing this out.
That's the line.
And this is how it's done.
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Carlsen strikes again.
normal, normal Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Just when it looks like it's going to be a draw, he just finds the way to put problems on his opponent. And
he wins and immediately turns off the camera. He says, my job is done. The Magnus touch there. What a win that was in a position that was an absolute draw. Jordan held it together. A fantastic endgame. The Magnus touch, the golden touch, call it what you want, but that was a Magnus Carlsen show. David, what an endgame.
What an endgame. And just as we were about to write off that game as a draw, Magnus worked his magic. And meanwhile, for Jordan, it was tragic that his knight got trapped on the edge of the board. And it was this position where things started to go out of control. Here, maybe just taking a set of pawns off the board and retreating with the white knight should have been the way to safety. It looks like you've got everything covered. The white king's super active. Black cannot make progress. But this knight check led to a fateful blunder. The king slid across to d7. And after knight b8, white knight was caught on a poor circuit on the edge of the board, and we saw it here. It was pushed to a6, and from there we saw how the game ended. Let's just show this one more time, because this was actually the key move. Knight to f4, and black's pawn was deciding this game. White is simply stuck, and black did go on to win.
How does Magnus Carlsen do this? Just incredible stuff. Once again, squeezing water out of stone there. And that means we got one win in the first round of the Aimchess Rapid, as all the other 3 games did end in a draw. Magnus Carlsen takes the lead. His fiery form does continue. What a fantastic round. A lot of fun there, Danny.
Yeah, and Magnus shows that his form will continue. We were wondering, will he be a little tired from the dominant victory in Zagreb, or will he show up ready to fight? He answered the question right there, and even against his friend, he grinds out a game that maybe should have been a draw. And the hard part, too, is Magnus just went with black. So now he gets white, and that's what it is to play the best player of all time. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just his determination, really. I mean, Magnus, he never gives up. Other players would have said, OK, we'll take the draw. Magnus just keeps on going and going and going. And it's really tough to play against someone like that.
It really is. Quite a big challenge when you're facing the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. And speaking of challenges, you don't want to miss our coverage tomorrow, because we've got a very fun challenge that's coming up as Magnus Carlsen takes on our very own David Howell in an air things challenge. David, that was a fun one. Here's a sneak peek.
Yeah, that really just looks like you're moving a pawn like a knight. Does this actually work?
You tell me. I'm guessing.
I know you're guessing, just sometimes your guesses are right. That's the problem. Oh, I just saw a nice way to lose the game.
Okay. He spotted my trap.
Yeah, bishop to d4, nice.
He sees everything.
One thing is like to play chess this way, but to watch this must be...
What exactly was that there? Was that a blindfold game because none of the pieces have markings?
Pretty much.
Okay, I was trying to figure it out. I'd never seen that, but that looks like that would be a tough challenge, actually.
Yeah, just playing with air devices, we could only see white pieces and black pieces, but we had no idea what they were, so we had to keep the position in our minds.
Yeah. And who won? We're going to find out tomorrow.
Oh, that's coming up tomorrow. You don't want to miss the big reveal of who won that Air Things Challenge between Magnus Carlsen and our very own David Howell. For now, we're going to go into a Twitch break for our non-subscribers. And those of you who are subscribed, stay with us.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Whom forever faster.
Now weekly. Compete in the Community Bullet Brawl Arena and win Diamond membership. Anyone is eligible to throw their hat in the ring and prove their speed chess prowess. All you have to do is join the community club on chess.com and register for the arena. Use !BCC in chat for all the details. The most elite Bullet tournament returns. You don't want to miss the 4th ever Bullet Chess Championship featuring Magnus Carlsen for the first time. He'll join reigning champ Hikaru Nakamura, 2021 champion Alireza Firouzja, and more to fight for their share of the $100,000 prize fund. It all kicks off on July 17th at 9 a.m. Pacific. Use !BCC in chat for all the details.
Seriously? Checkmate. Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew.
Unlock your potential there with Aimchess analytics and lessons. You can sign up now for a first month free, and the code is CCT. Find it at go.chess.com/aimchess. And one player who needs to unlock his potential right now is Jordan van Foreest. He has lost the first game to Magnus Carlsen, but we all know what a fighter Jordan is. Take a look at what makes him so dangerous.
Jordan van Foreest comes from a famous chess family. The Dutchman has amassed an army of fans thanks to his creative and aggressive playing style. In fact, he was even chosen as one of Magnus Carlsen's seconds due to this fact and due to his opening ideas. Jordan has become a fixture in top-level international tournaments. Often he surprises his opponents early on, he goes for their king as early as possible, and he keeps them surprising on every single turn. This means he claims the scalps of experienced opponents and can beat anyone on his day. This is especially useful in rapid chess and will stand him in good stead in the coming tournament. Jordan's big breakthrough in elite chess came at the 2021 Tata Steel Masters in Vaikanze. There, he defeated countryman Anish Giri in a playoff to win the title, ahead of others such as Magnus Carlsen. Jordan and Anish Giri have actually had some fascinating battles throughout the years. In this position, Jordan was able to display all of his creativity to win a model game in the 2022 Tata Steel Masters. Here, Jordan had the white pieces. He is completely in control thanks to this powerful knight supported by two extremely dominant passed pawns. All that is needed is a checkmating sequence and a final assault against the Black King. But where is the breakthrough? Jordan surprised all the viewers and his opponent by playing the move rook to h3, lining up an attack against the Black King, threatening to take a pawn with check. And the whole idea is that this rook sacrifices itself to break Black's fortress. After the rook is captured, White pushes a pawn forward, and this is a clearance sacrifice. The White Queen next will come to the back rank and trap the Black King. For example, Queen takes pawn, preventing White from promoting, and this would be a devastating killer blow. A beautiful tactic there from Jordan van Foreest and an example of what he's capable of.
Jordan van Foreest, can he surprise us all by making a comeback in his match against Magnus Carlsen? And Danny, even though Magnus won that game, it was a draw for most part of it. And that's a big takeaway. That's a positive point for Jordan.
I think you have to focus on the positive, right? One game at a time. Keep yourself in a mindset that you can play chess with. Think like a goldfish, right? Short-term memory loss and just focus on the next game. But it's also hard when you lost against one A6.
Yeah, I mean, 1a6 is a really tough move to lose to, and I'm wondering why Magnus is playing this regularly. And do you reckon it might be in honour of the late Mike Basman, who passed away quite recently, an English international master who used to love playing 1a6? So it's nice because he does a lot of things for a reason, you know, Magnus. He always has a reason for playing a certain opening, it seems. So it could be for that. But we're back in with the action now.
We're back in with the action. Magnus employing 1a6. We saw him do that in Title Tuesday as well against Hikaru Nakamura, playing 1a6, c6, and then crushing Hikaru. He takes the first game, playing 1a6 in the Aimchess Rapid. And here we've got a much more sane opening, David.
A much more sane opening. It's one of the main lines these days of the Berlin defense. Not the Berlin endgame. Queens are still on the board here, but it is almost symmetrical, the pawn structure, and this tends to lead to very level positions. White, however, does have a bit more space for now and easier development, and Magnus tends to like these positions. So we'll see. It's a bit of a surprise to me that he went down this line, especially when he's fighting someone wounded now like Jordan. But maybe he's just trying to say, OK, you're not going to win this game. And
it's funny. I was going to say the opposite. I was going to say I'm surprised that Jordan allows a position where, to me, this is Magnus's game, where it's a position of 3 results, but it's safe, and he can keep playing chess forever, right? It's obviously symmetrical. It has all the Berlin jokes. Insert every Berlin draw joke. But Magnus is already up a game. He's not going to take any huge risks in a structure like this. So I was surprised to see it, but for reasons that disagreed with you, David. I was thinking that maybe Jordan should be looking to spice it up a little more. But maybe it goes back to the old adage, stop the bleeding, don't lose 2 in a row, Simon.
Yeah. I mean, if you lose 2 in a row, I mean, it's just a disaster. And I think Jordan is sort of developing as a player. I think in the old days, Jordan would have come out and done something very, very risky. But he's growing up and maybe maturing by playing to Berlin. But he's got to win with the black pieces to get back into this match at some point. That is the problem. So it looks fairly even at the moment. I mean, not much going on here, I'd say, chess-wise. Very symmetrical position. You've got that skeleton. All the pawns are basically looking at each other. So then you look at the pieces and you try to work out who's got the better pieces when the pawn structure is symmetrical.
Yeah, it's a Berlin. I was going to get in with a Berlin joke, but then I thought it might get too repetitive, so I didn't.
I stole your thunder by accident. I didn't mean to, but there you go.
But this one will, of course, be a long strategic fight. Meanwhile, action is getting started in the second game between Fabiano Caruana and Iturrizaga. Now, the first fight between them ended in a draw, but it was fireworks. We saw early sacrifices there. And somehow, Iturrizaga getting a good position. David, Fabi seemed to survive that one.
Yeah, actually, this game, the previous game between these two, ended quite abruptly. Yeah. The players decided to repeat, and it was actually Iturrizaga who could have played on, who had an objective advantage, and it maybe is a sign of respect to Fabiano. But Danny, do you think this will come back to haunt him, Iturrizaga?
Well, I want to ask you that. I mean, you're a super strong grandmaster. I don't know if you know that. You're a very strong grandmaster, and when you're in a position where you have an edge as black, maybe you didn't expect that coming in against a guy like Fabiano. What is the mindset there? Because there's a match. Are you thinking, I'm going to accept a draw? Because I don't think we can stay away from criticizing Iturrizaga's decision. He was better and had an opportunity to play, and he didn't. So would you say it's a mistake having been in a position like that against a player like Fabi?
Yeah, I've done both things, actually. I've taken draws in positions of strength when I shouldn't really, but I've also fought on when I should be maybe a bit more objective. And I think the chess gods do punish you if you don't take your chances or if you don't show ambition to the opponent. Fabiano now, psychologically, he'll think, OK, he's slightly scared of me. If he can't beat me from here, then, or if he doesn't try to beat me from here.
But what about the chess gods punishing someone for being too ambitious and playing overly aggressive in every game they ever play? I'm asking for a friend.
Well, the thing is, I mean, if you put it the other way around, I mean, would Fabiano have ever agreed to draw in that position? And the answer is no. And that's why Fabiano is fighting for the World Championships and is one of the best players in the world. So I think it was a mistake. You know, you get a chance to win, you've got to take it against someone so strong, no matter what colour you have.
And meanwhile, it is a branch of the Queen's Gambit. It's the Catalan opening here. And Fabiano, he has taken a pawn on c4. Black's going to be a pawn up for a while. He's going to try and cling on to it. But White here, of course, has great development, great compensation for the pawn. Still very well-known position, early stages.
And that last move by Fabi, it hints at him wanting to keep that extra pawn alive, the one that was just captured on the board. So it's going to be all about the initiative and the compensation for White, for Eduardo Iturrizaga. But that's exactly the kind of chess that he likes to play.
Yeah, he likes aggressive double-edged positions. Yeah. We see Fabi plays a6, so He's still in his prep at this point, Iturrizaga. I don't think he's taking time here because he's thrown off. I think he's deciding how aggressive do I want to be. I mean, there are so many options here for white, right? You can castle, you can play a4. So he's choosing carefully just how spicy he wants to make it.
And he's choosing carefully. And Danny, I'm still thinking about the fact that you didn't get my Berlin and repetition joke.
No, I did get it.
Oh, you did?
I did get it. I did get it. Oh, no, but I see what you're saying. Then I said I stole your thunder. But I got the repetition joke. I'm aware. No, I'm aware of how exciting it is to repeat someone talking about the Berlin. So, no, I did get it.
All right, well, we are also getting more exciting news as games are underway. Nordebek, Abdusatra, Wesley, so they're getting ready to make their first moves. There's not going to be any Berlin action in this one, hopefully, David?
You never know.
It's Wesley, so now we can repeat the same joke over and over. E4, drum roll, please. Will we have the most exciting opening of all time? He's doing it. It's the most exciting game.
You've jinxed it, Tanya. Let's be silent until the moment. Bishop b5. Don't do it.
It's going to be the most exciting game ever.
Don't do it.
Wesley's going to put his bishop on c4, and he's going to save us all.
Oh,
yes.
He does it.
Yes.
Well done, Wesley.
Okay, the Italian game, maximum tension promised. No quick draws.
I think that also speaks to Wesley feeling like he's the favorite in this matchup. Again, not trying to disparage Nordebek in any way, but I think Wesley got a draw with black, and we've seen Wesley take more Berlin draws than any of us want to talk about. Like, let's not talk about that. But the point is, he does that for a reason. He has match strategies at times where he feels his chances are better in Blitz or Armageddon, right? So criticism or not, there's a reason Wesley is not going for it here. I think he feels like he's the stronger player against Nordebek and doesn't want to let a chance with the white pieces go by.
Yeah, this might be his chessball course as well. Is it Bishop c4? I think he recommends this, and obviously he knows lots of different types of opening. It's good. I mean, I hate the Berlin. I've seen it so many times now. And, I mean, Danny, you're like a boss or something. Can't you just ban the Berlin or something? Can't you just put a new law out there?
We are actually about to have a piece of tech live where the draw offer will be banned for certain tournaments. And I won't say exactly what formats we might be thinking about in the future that prevent those types of things, but we will soon have a format on chess.com where you're not allowed to offer a draw.
But you can still have a repetition.
You can still have a repetition, so it's, there are only so many ways you can avoid the elephant in the room in chess, which is there is a draw as a result, like it or not, right? But I think if you look at a format and if you look at taking away draws later on, I think we can do our best to create exciting and thrilling moments, and then it's up to the players to deliver.
Can I also say that the game with Fabi seems to be very interesting to me. I was just keeping a look at that, and it seems like there's some real action happening there, so maybe we can look at that in a second. But so far here,
we'll
pretty
do
solid.
a quick recap. I think Simon will go around the horn and check out all the games. Meanwhile, this one, white has a slightly fractured pawn structure. Light squared bishops are off, but white also has a bind. So both sides have reason to be happy, but Wesley, I think, has decent chances.
And we're happy that this was not a Berlin, so this is going to be a fun fight. And we're also getting an update that action is about to begin between Levon Aronian and Vladimir Fedoseev. The first game ended peacefully, a fight that was, and this one starts with the king's pawn opening. And please, for the love of God, no Berlin here as well.
Nothing but fighting Italian chess here. Levon Aronian, I think similarly feels like we called this out before this match began, that we felt like Levon should maybe be the more well-prepared player, the more mature player. I don't know. I mean, okay, like Fedoseev we're talking about him like he's a spring chicken. He's 28 years old and he wins chess tournaments for a living. So I don't think that he's getting himself caught up in any surprises, but Levon wants to show that he brought good prep. And by the way, shout out to the air quality there. There you go, Vladimir. Good air quality.
Yeah, you were dissing his room, but
the air quality's good, right?
It's got the window open at least. And it's strange that E4, this move on move one, it's always had a reputation of being the more exciting move, dating back to like Bobby Fischer and Bobby Fischer using it so well. But even nowadays, people say E4 best by test. But at top level, surely D4 is more exciting, the Queen's Pawn, because of the Berlin. Quite a recent thing. Danny, you're looking at me like I'm mad there, being an E4 player yourself, but
no, I don't.
It's a trend, isn't it?
I think that there are also ways to avoid the Berlin as white if you want to. I mean, you can play the anti-Berlin with D3, which in many cases gets structures very similar, right, to what we're seeing on the board here. So I would say I'm still a little E4 biased. Obviously, I play it, but you're not wrong that I think there's a reason maybe D4 gets a little bit less preparation. I don't know.
Yeah. Berlin, the Petrov, the Marshall, the Italian. There's too many, too many openings these days. And the top players, they know all these little nuances. The Italian, I must say, is the most difficult one for me, both with white and with black, because there's so many different move orders, so many little different details which change everything a bit later on down the line. So that's why we see right now Fedoseev just looking off to the side of the camera. He's not lost. He still knows what to do, of course, but maybe just wondering about move orders. Feels like Levon's left that white light square bishop vulnerable to attack, but part of his plan, clearly. Interesting stuff.
Maybe just using that experience, Lev. I mean, Lev is like one of the most experienced players, if not the most experienced player in this tournament, maybe played more games than anyone else. So he's also an expert in these e4, e5 openings, and this is why maybe he's going for a complex Italian, relying on lots of manoeuvres. But this exchange of knight for light square bishop, I mean, even I know, I'm not an e4 player really, even I know this is supposed to be favourable for black, right? Black gets the two bishops, black gets rid of white's very dangerous bishop. So it's interesting to see how this will develop. I mean, at least I'm going to learn something here, why Lev has done this.
It's going to be a slow strategic battle, this one. We will check in with it. Meanwhile, it is hot action on the Fabiano Caruana Iturrizaga board. Again, the narrative continues of crazy positions between these two.
Wow, we need a while to unpack this one.
I'm bringing it up, and I'm like, OMG. There's a rook hanging on A8, but he doesn't even want to take it.
The worst thing is, I think I've seen this position before. I don't know the evaluation.
They're playing so fast. This is prep, right? This is a position that's known. Can we? Is it too early to dive into analysis? I'm sorry, the selfish person who wants to look at the chess and see how we got here.
I think we have to, Danny. And right now, black is a whole knight and 3 pawns up, but there is a rook hanging in the corner. If Iturrizaga wants to gobble up this rook, then maybe now is the time to take it. Let's just do a quick action replay. Let's backtrack. A few moments ago, we saw this position where black had a pin on this white knight, and Iturrizaga said, "Okay, I don't care. Take me. I'm going to take this lead in development. I'm going to accelerate the play." He castles, and after bishop takes c3, this was the key move after queen takes d4, just giving a check, not being afraid to have to step back here, giving up the knight as well. And okay, we see bishop f4, queen f6, and not taking this rook in the corner, instead taking on c7. This rook is trapped anyway. That's the argument. And after b4, rook takes b4. The players keep throwing wood on the fire here.
And they're still blitzing it out. I want to give a shout out to Tanya, though, because she kind of called it. After Fabi played a6, if you just quickly show the position on move 5, there's a reason that Iturrizaga, if we go back to the timestamp on chess.com, you can see he paused for about almost a minute and a half there, because he was making the decision right here. Do I want to go for this line? And this was the position where there's a reason we've seen blitz since then, right? He was like, all right, I know Fabi knows this stuff, but I'm going to go all in. And everything after this 95 is this very, very forced variation that leads to the complicated exchange stacks we're seeing on the board.
There's only one player who seems to be knowing what he's doing, because Fabiano Caruana with 15 minutes on the clock, more time than what he started with, and 7 minutes for Iturrizaga. That's going to be a big factor as the position continues to get more complicated.
8 minutes extra, a rook and a pawn extra for now. Simon, you're the attacker, or the famed attacker among us. Do you think White has enough compensation here?
I mean, this is just, it has to be theory, right? I mean, we're talking about d4 being more exciting than e4, and I think this is a good point to prove it. But I mean, it's just a wild position. I mean, at the moment, if we just count material, White is a whole rook down. But look at White's bishops; they're just raking across the board. Black's king is stuck in the middle, and you have to, if you're playing this way as black, you either have to be completely mad not to have worked it out theoretically, or you have to have really done your homework and checked it. And Fabiano is the kind of character who would have checked it with the best computers and his seconds. So we'll find out soon, and I'm sure he thinks it's okay for black at least.
I mean, borderline has more time than he started with, so clearly Fabi knows what he's doing in this line. But I'll give a shout out, because even though Iturrizaga did have several moments after that where he took 2.5 minutes and a minute just looking back at it, he still has an equal position that is still theory on the board. And I often say, David, that's funny in these games when, even if I'm taking more time than my opponent, as long as they're blitzing, that means I played the best move in terms of prep, right? The moment Iturrizaga plays a move that makes Fabi think, the moment you go, wait, oh crap, like, did I just play a bad move? Because clearly I'm still playing engine prep, or Fabi wouldn't be blitzing.
Yeah, your heart sinks, trust me, when your opponent starts to think in a line like this. I once played Fabiano. I think we got to move 25, and I was out of book. And, of course, he kept blitzing. So I was happy until he stopped. And, of course, that was my big blunder. But, yeah, right now, the stakes are pretty high. Only 5 minutes left. Whole rook down. How thin is the margin for error here for Iturrizaga? If black gets one move and castles, for example, if white takes that black knight with his dark square bishop on b8, black castles, maybe no more compensation.
Yeah, I mean, I would be fearful if I was white here just because the way my opponent is moving and also the time situation. I mean, I think you're completely right, though, David. If black gets castled, there's no danger.
Well, how do you prevent it? I know we're spending a lot of time on this game, but I think it deserves it. It's exciting because I think there's only one move here for white that prevents castling, and it's not taking the free knight on b8. I think it's bishop e5 is the only opportunity. You sacrifice the bishop, but free up the line of your queen to hit c8. This would be the only, I mean, okay, the engine agrees right now, but if we back up, I would bet bishop takes b8, black castles, and probably now black is better. So Iturrizaga continues to be in an must-find only move situation, and we'll see if he finds bishop e5.
Yeah, key move here, key moment, and maybe we can check in with the computer to see whether it confirms. Is there just one move to keep the balance? 4 minutes and ticking, 10 whole minutes down on the clock.
It is, David.
As Danny says, bishop to e5, only move right now to keep the balance. Bishop takes b8 is the only other logical alternative, but that clearly doesn't do the job.
It's just such a nice position to be in if you're Fabiano, right? Because you got the time advantage, and you probably know if my opponent plays the perfect moves, I'm going to be all right anyway. But if he makes one bad move, I'm going to take control. And you've got the black pieces, so he looks pretty relaxed. You're talking about body language, Danny. You are our body language expert today.
I think Tanya's the body language expert.
And what do you reckon? Does he look comfortable, Fabi? I reckon he looks pretty chilled. He always looks pretty chilled. He's a cool guy, right? But
he's always got this poker face, and he always looks calm and composed. And right now, especially, you've got reasons to be. You've got 15 minutes on the clock. Your opponent's time is ticking down to 3.5 minutes. And this is a difficult situation for Iturrizaga. It's also such a cool strategy by Fabi to do this in a rapid format. When you're playing classical, your opponent has enough time to navigate through the lines, the variations. But here, the whole idea is to get your opponent thinking early on, get him down on the seconds before you strike.
Yeah, it makes me go back to that moment you called out and say that even though Iturrizaga did choose the spiciest of variations, maybe he shouldn't have. Really testing Fabi's prep, you called it before this match, David, is not a recipe that most people choose against Caruana. And again, apparently there's a move that holds the balance. I think the only way is bishop e5, but if you don't find it,
and
this one goes off the rails quickly, yeah.
The water bottle is out. That's always bad news. When your opponent takes a sip of water, is that relaxed? It can't be good news for you.
What's the theory? You only take a sip of water when you're winning. That's like a psychological theory that after you play a good move, you take a sip of water, you put your pinky out.
I love the pinky move. That is like a grandmaster move.
Oh, he played bishop takes b8, and I think Fabi castles, and now he's happy. And okay, it was easy for us to say with the evil engine bar and kind of like just I could see bishop e5, but it's hard not to take material when you have a chance, right? It's sitting there, so he did try to get some of it back. But now we like black.
Now he's got to prove it now. I mean, he is the exchange down. The bishops look good, but you know, even without the evaluation bar, it just seems like black is pretty safe. Okay, there is a threat on the board. And that threat is a little bit annoying. Puzzle rush, yeah. You just got to, I mean, in chess, you always look at your opponent's last move and you ask yourself, what are they trying to do? And David, what is white trying to do to black here?
You tell me, Simon. Let's say I play a great move here. I push my pawn with black.
I might go for a bit of back spanking here with queen takes bishop. And there we go. The back ranker comes in with a checkmate. So, yeah, that's a nasty move there. So,
but rook to b6 prevents it, and it's actually a fun one to show because you're going to meet queen takes c8 with rook takes c8, but if queen takes c8, you'll play rook takes b8, and you have this X-ray defense where the pieces are communicating through enemy lines there. So a real quick tactic to point out.
Full back rank protection here. Rook b6, really nice move from Fabi. And the problem is, if you're forced on the defense, if you have to step back with your bishop as white, then suddenly black's bishop comes to life as well. And black is just a whole rook the bishop up. No problems at all, just material, mathematical advantage here.
This is how you draw it up if you're Fabi, right? You draw it up with a huge time advantage. Your opponent about to get under 90 seconds on the clock. You're winning on the board. This is why Mr. Caruana has seen himself as one of the last two men standing several times throughout this season, and he looks to be on track here early on.
And Fabi, with that first 30-second think, once Eduardo did pick up that knight. And what do you guys think? Is Fabi fully aware that Eduardo has gone wrong and this could be in the bag for him?
I'm pretty sure he is.
I would say yes, just because the preparation was indicative of him having this position prepared so deeply, right? Probably if you ask him afterwards, he'll say, yeah, if he plays the right moves, it's a 37-move draw. That's, you know what I mean? But that's not what happens often in rapid chess, as you pointed out, Tanya. A great practical choice, and Fabi is doing well.
Yeah, it's working out well for him. Let's check back in if Fabi manages to convert this. We will come back to this one, but also let's check back with the Wesley So Abdusattorov game, as that one also heats up.
Yeah, this one is heating up. We've seen a few piece trades, and meanwhile, it looks like White, Wesley So here, is trying to kickstart a kingside attack. White's queen, knight, dark square bishop, looking really menacingly placed. White's rook on the third rank, ready to swing at some point, but Black's solid for now. Simon, again, I'm going to defer to you here. Is White's, well, how are White's attacking chances?
I'd certainly prefer to be White here. I mean, just because you've got some holes around the Black king, you can try to infiltrate in, and you see that White's bishop has gone straight into one of those holes. You're probably going to have to use your favourite pawn, and we all know what my favourite pawn is here.
Go, Harry!
Go, Harry! And that little guy on the right-hand side might have to move his way up to sort of jab away at Black's king side. This rook manoeuvre you point out, Dave, is quite nice. I mean, another slight danger here might be Black's queen side. This is a technique that the top players use a lot. You know, they switch sides. They create weaknesses on one side of the bar or the board, and then they come back all of a sudden when they stretch their opponent's defences to defend. So even though the evaluation bar thinks it's fairly even, I would not like to be Black here. I mean, Black is solid, David, as you said, but it doesn't look good, Danny, really, does it, this position?
I'm with you, and I love how you pointed out Rook C3, principle of two weaknesses, right? Even just from a practical point of view in rapid chess, we look at the clock, Wesley is down a little bit, but keeping pressure on both sides of the board just increases the chances your opponent might blunder. And Bishop E3 has an interesting threat. Like, will you play Knight H6 check next? And that would force Black to part ways with the dark square bishop if you don't find another way to defend F7. So I was looking at Bishop E3 or even all the way back to C1. And I like this idea. I also like your point about sliding the H-pawn up, although I'm a little thrown off that, so it's after Dirty Harry and not a boy wizard?
No, well, I mean, but it was Dirty Harry for me. That's what did it, you know.
It was always the boy wizard.
Do you want to hear the story about the pawns? Have we got time? Do you want to hear my little story? I'll just tell you a couple of them, yeah?
Okay, so go ahead.
You got, okay.
Caruana's about to win.
Okay, we'll go. G pawn, Gary. That's after my friend, so I don't really count. Now, Freddie, the F pawn, Freddy Krueger. You know, because he's scary. When the F pawn gets rolling, he can rip the position apart. And we'll just do one more for now. The E pawn is Eddie, after the famous Eddie the Eagle, who was a ski jumper from England, who moved to Norway and was terrible at ski jumping, but he was the only ski jumper we've ever had. And, yeah, maybe people at home can just, you know...
Sadly, I'm even more intrigued now about why the other ones are named, but we're going to have to move on. I actually am more intrigued of the story for every pawn now. But we see Queen H4 trying to prevent the H-pawn from advancing.
And I like that move because you not only stop the H-pawn from advancing, you stop the other threat as well, the knight jumping onto H6, so you control all the dark squares on the king side. So Abdusattorov keeping it together, keeping his king safe for now. And this is a good moment to check in with Levon Aronian taking on Fedoseev, as action there is also... on David, with a queenside pawn advance, pawn storms on the queen side, the D line, all the pressure building up, and Black still struggling with the piece harmony here.
Yeah, I had to do a double take here, Tanya. I had to do a quick count. It's level material, but it doesn't feel that way because White's pieces coordinate so well, whereas Black's pieces are kind of just thrown all over the board here. Black's knight on the edge there. We saw it with Jordan putting knights on the rim is very, very dim, and Black's knight not doing anything. Black's bishop on B8, the dark square bishop there, stuck. And White's just completely undermining the Black pawn structure here. Feels like Levon's just working his magic.
I love it, and I don't want to pick on my buddy next to me, but when you first pointed out the knight takes b3 being a good exchange for Black, right? Winning the bishop here, I wanted to make a direct call out to the new school of AlphaZero, the Leela neural nets of chess, because they're telling us no, like all that matters again is the ability to create the initiative. And in these modern lines of this Italian, we actually see this knight take on b3 a lot because of what we see. The queenside lines basically can't be stopped. They will become open. You'll have b4, which before threatened because the rook was undefended, so it forces black to keep the pawns on c6 and a6. I know I'm getting, a little too advanced, but I think when you look at the position, white has pressure. Those bishops never find themselves. And clearly, Levon has outprepared Fedoseev a little bit in this Italian.
Not just Levon, Fabiano Caruana also outprepared his opponent, Eduardo Iturrizaga, and did take the win home in that last game. But that was a Fabi show start to finish.
Yeah, it was. We didn't even get a chance to see the finish. It's over. Photo finish, and Iturrizaga loses a game that basically started in Fabiano's kitchen. Like, that game started back at Fabiano's kitchen. He's like making some ramen and he's pressing spacebar on the engine. Fabi just won that game at home.
Yeah. Was that all prep, you think, David?
Yeah, I mean, his cooking's better than mine. That's all I can say. Impressive stuff from Fabiano Caruana. And we talked about the chess gods. Iturrizaga was punished for not pushing that first game of the day.
You were right.
Yeah.
Well, Fedoseev here pushing his central pawns. What do we make of this committal move here?
Desperation, Simon? What do we think?
Yeah, it's the kind of move I'd probably play because I get so frustrated, if my position starts to go wrong, that I want to try to create some action. But it's either, you've got a bad position. Do you sit there and know that you've got a bad position and try to defend passively? Well, most top players, if they see it's going to just go worse and worse, their position, they will try to create something. They will try to create a bit of mess, at least on the board. And that's what Fedoseev is trying to do here. He's trying to create a little bit of chaos by playing this move. But, it is losing a pawn. Whoa, what is this? I did not see this move. Wow.
Well, I think he was doing the right thing. And, Simon, you did talk about black having the bishop here. So you want to open the position, and d5 prepares to do that. But b5 is like, hold the phone. Actually, we got to go to the analysis board. We got to do it because there's too many crazy things to look at here.
Wow, that's crazy action all along. And Danny, we will jump back to this one. But Magnus Carlsen, big update. He might be taking his second win of the day and once again a knight and pawn endgame.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, knight and pawn endgame. Look at those white rook pawns. We talked about them. The A and H pawns, knights struggle to stop them. You can only stop them from one side. And Magnus has two of them. The A5 pawn is passed, of course. The H6 pawn might well promote just 2 squares away later on. Black is overstretched, and I think black here is just busted. White's king is going to be able to run across and stop any black pawn pushes. What do we think here? Simon, Danny, is this over?
It looks tough, yeah. I mean, we talked about this, didn't we? In the first game, you got the wing pawn in the knight ending, and they can be very strong. It didn't prove to be that way in the last game, but in this position, it's 2 squares from queening, and White's knight has some brilliant squares it can anchor itself onto. Yeah, and you can see Jordan. I don't have to be a body expert there to work out that he's not happy. Head in the hands, clear sign. He realises what's happening here.
One of the best parts about this format is you have so many great players playing so many great games. One of the worst parts about this format is you have so many great players playing so many great games that we can't see every moment. And all I want to do is back up right now as a kid and be like, how did Magnus do it again? How did he create this winning night ending? Because I'm sure it was super instructive. Again, we don't need to do it, but I'm just... It's awesome to see, and unfortunately at their next training camp, maybe instead of opening prep, Magnus needs to work on night end games with his seconds.
Or maybe not, because he's doing them so well right now.
Just
winning every single game. Is this also a big nightmare for Jordan? Just the fact that he lost a nightmare.
I see what you did there. Did you mean that was clever? That was good. I like it.
But the fact that he lost the first game in a similar narrative, and that's always hard to overcome.
Yeah. It's just a masterclass from Magnus, you've got to say. And Jordan moves his king forward. Here, I think it is level material, but the way to evaluate this is you just take white's A pawn off the board and you take black's knight off the board, because that black knight is paralyzed forever, stopping that white A pawn. And the rest of the board, white will have a material advantage. That's why the evaluation bar says completely winning. Magnus does just move his king across. Black's king can't roam too far away either, because white's knight will start grabbing some pawns. And here, okay, knight to A7 blockading. What's the breakthrough? There must be a way.
I mean, do you bring your king towards the left-hand side? I mean, if I was white here, you could try to zigzag on the dark squares in. You'd have to come back first to do that. That's one idea, just to support your pawn, to dislodge your opponent's knight. So I'm looking at my pieces. I'm trying to create ways to get in the position with my pieces. In the ending, the king, obviously a very strong piece. I'm looking at my knight the other way as well. And Danny, what?
I have a really concrete line here. I'm wondering, can I play knight d8 check, and you have to guard the f7 pawn, and we have to calculate knight takes c6 whether it works or not.
Yeah, good idea. That looks very tempting.
They always say that the knight is a bit of a donkey when it comes to stopping past pawns, and this would be exactly that scenario. While we have the analysis board up, I want to back up quickly because the sad part about this, to Tanya's point about it being a nightmare, is just a few moves. The blunder actually just happened. If we back up a few moves before we joined, David, it was literally, okay, looks like that line is happening, by the way. It was right here, and Jordan could have played knight e4 to keep the knight guarding the b7 pawn, knight d6. And he just made the bad decision of trading the b pawn for the d pawn instead. He played knight b5, and it was... So that was the sad part. It was just right before we joined, he just made a bad decision of allowing Magnus to have this outside passer.
And now what we have on our live board, Magnus sacrificing the knight for that second pawn. Are we expecting resignation here by Jordan, David?
Yeah, I mean, you might try a knight jump, a knight fork, a knight check, something, but none of it works. White's pawns, one of them's going to become a queen in the next 2-3 moves. Game over.
But he's drinking water. Doesn't that mean he's doing well? or look at that, he's got the water.
That's actually juice because you're sort of you need some electrolytes because you're losing all of your.
So
there you go.
He's got the juice going, but it's not a good juice, that one.
It's not a good juice.
You gotta give a check and come back. Does that have any juice in the position?
I see what you did there, Tanya, again. You're on fire, Tanya.
It's our job to do the cringy puns.
I know.
What is happening?
What is a cringy pun?
I mean,
Great pun.
We'll let the people decide.
Queen of the dad jokes.
Yeah, queen of the dad jokes. That's my job. All right, look at Magnus shuffling to g3, which is a real killer. It's like, I'm not even going to walk my king into any possible forks. Resign, Junior. It's over.
So it does look like Magnus is going to win this one, go 2-0 up. If you were an odds maker, what are the chances that Jordan's going to win the next two? 1 in 100? I mean, against an on-form Magnus, I mean, it's going to be... I mean, what's he going to do now? I don't know how you can break Magnus down. He's playing great chess as well,
Yeah.
so...
And another
Really
player who's playing great chess right now is Levon Aronian, dominating this position against Vladimir Fedoseev. And once again, it comes down to the discoordination in Black's camp, in Black's pieces. David, that bishop on b8, the rook stuck on a8. How bad is this for Black?
This is terrible, Tanya, and I think you highlighted the key area of the board to look. It's actually still level material, but look at the evaluation bar. It's all the way in White's favour because essentially Black is playing down a rook. That rook on a8 in the top left-hand corner, it's stuck. It's never going to re-enter this game. You need to throw pawns out the way to get your bishop out the way to get that rook motoring. But Levon knows he can now switch the battle to the centre, to the king side, and he's starting to do that now. And there he'll simply have more pieces. Again, it's simple mathematics here.
Yeah. Especially when you look at the clock, it's not like Lev is down on time. You start to look, what are the practical ways this goes wrong? Levon is also up on time. There is a crazy world where e4 happens and the bishop gets out, and we should remember that if the bishop gets out from b8, the rook can get out, right? So it's not like the rook is permanently trapped on a8, and in time pressure, blunders do happen, but still, not disagreeing with anyone that this is Levon's game to win.
And you don't need a body language expert to tell that Fedoseev does realize just how bad this position is. He does line up the queen and the bishop, but it's hard to imagine a counterplay on the king side. Is there any hope of that?
Well, I'm just seeing what Lev's going for. Is it the water or is it something else? He just got something there. What's it going for? He's put it back. Whoa.
Backcracker.
Yeah.
That looks really great. I could use a stretch.
Oh, look at that. The stretch. That is a confidence sign. I mean, it was famously, I remember Garry Kasparov, he used to wear a watch. And he'd take the watch off before the game, and it was very disconcerting for his opponents because when he got a winning position and he expected, pretty much told his opponent to resign, he'd put his watch back on. So you're playing him, and if he put his watch back on, you basically had to resign.
Although there are a few
respect
moments
him.
caught on camera where Gary then took the watch back off because he had misevaluated or maybe he blundered, and there was these great moments of if you ever got Gary to take the watch back off.
Wow.
Go down in
history.
Yeah.
I mean, but look at the position we have on the board here, guys, because, if White just puts the knight in the middle of the board, then Black can never move that rook or the bishop. That would be a very pretty situation. I mean, sometimes you know, there's a lot of art in chess, and you can get art from beautiful tactics. But sometimes, you know, as you said, David, there's not even a material advantage here. It can be nice positional ideas that create a very strong impression. And, yeah, I mean, everything's just bad here, isn't it, for black, basically?
I just want to say, it looks like Fedoseev is getting FedExed off the board.
Tanya, you're just on fire. FedEx, where are you getting these from? Wow.
I'll stop.
No, please keep going.
I'm actually surprised that black didn't play e4 when he had a chance, by the way. I think Levon is not going to miss a second chance to play knight e4. I'm not saying that Fedoseev was back in the game, but just like from a breathability perspective of the position, speaking of air quality, like you got to play e4 and give your bishop a chance and just do something. But now Levon, maybe he should have played knight e4 before king g2, but he doesn't miss it the second time. That pawn on e5 will stay. That bishop on b8 will therefore be stuck, and it is over.
Yeah, let's just show that, Danny. Strategically winning is how the top players like to define it. And yeah, now these pawns actually get in the way of that black bishop. It was better to throw it away and at least pray that you'd have some compensation. I think the killer blow here is that after bishop takes pawn, the white rook will finally swing across. We talked about this a long, long time ago. And the black king will be doomed as well. Yeah, if you could teleport this bishop and rook somehow over to the king side or the center.
If you could put the bishop on f4, it's a different game. Okay, not right now, the g4 bishop's hanging. But
if you could,
no, you're right.
Here. Yeah.
This reminds me of a game I think that was played on chess.com the last couple of days, and it was by Grandmaster David Smurden. I don't know if anyone saw that tweet.
The Aussie.
It was the Aussie Smurden, and it was a beautiful game, but it was a situation where his one knight kept all of black's queenside pieces from escaping, and it's similar here. That one knight on the left-hand side, combined with the pawn, just really stops the rook and the bishop moving, and it's beautiful, yeah, David.
Yeah, and I just want to shout out to Fabiano Caruana, who is joining us on Twitch, and he says, black's position is great if you add another rook on e8. And, yeah, basically, then it would be level material, and then it would be a fight. But right now, it looks like Levon is about to wrap this up. His last move, rook h5. He's cashing in now. Fedoseev's having to perform some real tightrope walking just to survive, but it looks like white will win material.
Yeah, that's a fun resource there. Finding the rook to defend the pawn so that if white actually captures it, white's rook is hanging.
Yeah, might as well.
I think he's just getting sick of his rooks. He just wants to give them away. He's like, I just don't like these pieces anymore. Have them. And I mean, we saw Lev doing his sort of stretching when he's winning, and I'd like to hear like any little tells that people have when they're winning. Gary Kasparov putting his watch back on. David, have you got any little tells? I mean, that you do when you're winning? Do you think, or Danny, or Tanya?
It was a past life last time I was winning, so I can't even remember. But we'll let David answer that one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just try and keep a poker face either way. I just find it's better not to get dragged into the mind games. I'm trying to think. You're the expert on Hikaru faces, Danny.
That's true. I do know a lot of the Hikaru tells, but well, unfortunately, Hikaru's missing from this tournament. We're all bummed about that. But you know, next time we have him on camera, we'll do our full Hikaru Nakamura dialogue.
Deal. Meanwhile, fighting Fedoseev, he's dropped a knight in on f4. That knight might just be removed by this white bishop sitting on c1, but at least the game is still alive for now. What do we think of Fabi's wisdom a moment ago in the Twitch chat? Being up a rook is better than being down a rook.
I saw his last comment, which, even though it's not on screen, his last comment was, now at this point, an extra rook wouldn't even matter. So the wisdom continues at this point. Yeah, as he says, an extra rook wouldn't even help. But
Fedoseev's hanging on. He's making a move at a time. Knight jumps in, attacking the queen and the rook. Is white forced to trade the bishop with the knight? And if so, why is Lev thinking right now?
Can he not just, I'm trying to calculate here, can he not just win a rook on the spot? Let's jump in. Lev is calculating. He's got 3.5 minutes, so plenty of time. But
why can't he just take the rook?
Yeah. Firstly, you can just take the knight first. Maybe if rook takes bishop, then white simply wins the queen on the g file. And yeah, like you say, Danny, if pawn takes, for example, you can take this rook. Queen takes, walks into a nasty knight fork.
We call that a forking problem where I'm from. That's a forking problem, and it's only possible because of Fedoseev's last move, knight f4. So it was a good I spy there, David, that knight f4 walked into that, and
he found a way to stay alive. Though G takes f4 was the move I had missed there.
Is the pin,
and there's a pin.
Yeah,
tricky stuff.
But the trouble continues. He lines up on the H line now, Levon, so threatening some checks on the back rank, and it all comes down to the queen side. All the action on the king side, but just how Lev's pawn on b6 on the queen side is tying down all of black's forces there.
Tanya, you know what black should do here? Just resign. Definitely. You just resign. There is a time. There's nothing else to do.
There is a time.
Put yourself out the misery. Just do it.
Best move in the position.
And look at him. He needs to resign. There's nothing else to do here. And
rook takes
nice.
b8, freeing the d6 square. Another forking problem that Black has to deal with. Knight to d6 check wins the queen, everybody. And that will be a resignation. I'm gonna agree with you on that, Simon.
Yeah, it is time now. Definitely.
It's the happiest the black rook on a8 has been all game, but unfortunately you lose your queen.
Something. Okay, we have one other game that we'll be going to. I mean, we can stay here for the final. Oh, wait, hold on. No resigns. Rook takes g4 check.
You've got to stick to this one. 15 seconds for Fedoseev. He gives up the queen.
Well,
it's dropping anyway.
He's getting...
Yeah, the knight will come to c4, and that's the problem. e5 is...
Forking problems.
More problems. Plus, with the a6 pawn falling next, the white rook will join the fight. So
Plus an extra queen for white.
Yeah, I mean, I was...
Calm down.
You know,
yeah.
Trying not to pick on the guy, but no, it's definitely a big loss. This one is not over. Another nice way to finish.
This is pretty.
Lev's having fun here.
Yeah.
And that's it. Finally, Fedoseev does resign. Levon taking a really nice tactical win there. And we've got Wesley against Abdusattorov fighting a king-pawn endgame.
Right as we join, I think this one will also be ending in a draw, unfortunately. There were rooks on the board a moment ago, but there really are no breakthroughs, so shuffle puck. And that'll put the second round in the books, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and it's a rare case of one side being up a pawn in a king of pawn endgame, but not being able to win. That's just because it's so blocked.
Yeah.
So there we go. They both tried, but it was a draw.
Yeah.
We're nowhere in for the king. That last one does end in a draw. We had such a fantastic game there by Levon Aronian. Quite a tactical masterpiece. It's going to be hard to pick one moment. But David, is there something that catches your attention? Take us through the big one.
Yeah, the move actually of the round for me was by Levon Aronian, and it was when he played this really unexpected move, b5. This pawn break just breaking through now and showing that black's pieces aren't able to support their pawns. b5, utilizing, of course, a pin along the a file. Black cannot capture with the a pawn. If he had captured with the c pawn instead, then white reestablishes two strong pawns in the center, and these are going to be killers. They'll cost black at least a whole bishop. And instead, Fedoseev had to just continue advancing, but this is how we saw that dynamic begin of the black rook and bishop just being totally stuck. And as we saw, Levon brought this home to victory.
What a game that was by Levon Aronian. Let's take a look at our scoreline before we head over to Game 3 action. And we had two fantastic wins in this round. Magnus Carlsen taking the lead with a big margin, 2 points there. And Fabiano Caruana also won his game against Eduardo Iturrizaga. And of course, Levon Aronian with a fantastic attacking masterpiece there, taking down Vladimir Fedoseev. Meanwhile, Nordebek, Abdusattorov, and Wesley So keeping it peaceful. So that scoreline is level, and we will have more from the Aimchess Rapid right after this short Twitch break. This is your chance to build your community. Find your local group or take the lead. Go visit meetup.com/chess and build your chess community. It's going to be a lot of fun as the action does continue in the Aimchess Rapid, and we've been focusing on Division 1. Meanwhile, big results and updates coming in from the other two divisions. Ketty's joining us. Ketty, you had your eyes on Armin Tabatabai versus Kovalenko. What's going on there?
Tanya, it has been incredible games in second and third division. Tabatabai had winning position at the beginning and also a lot of time on the clock. He tried so hard and he lost the first game. Then he had to come in the second game and he managed to do that with black pieces. And I can see that he actually won another game by the time I was walking here in the studio. So he's leading now the match. He was the favorite in this group and he is keeping the lead in the second division, but actually a lot of action is happening also in the third division as we expected. Here, Vladimir Kramnik won the match against Matis Blubaum with 1.5 to half. He played an amazing game. Second game especially, he won the piece in the middle of the center. Then Blubaum decided to give up another piece and the rook for a stalemate ideas, but he had too many pieces to give away. And in the end, Kramnik managed to checkmate his king. Another big result is that Fresine won against Elianov. This game, the match was very interesting. They had 2 draws, but the third game was in favor of Fresine, and he qualifies to the next stage.
Wow, that sounds awesome, Kari. So much chess action. Thanks for checking in with us. We will keep getting back all the updates that you have for us. And of course, the other 2 divisions, the actions, the games, you can follow it all on Chess Dojo's channel. But right now, it's back to Division 1 as the players are looking for the big comeback here. Jordan Van Forest down by 2 points. That's going to be a tough one up against Magnus Carlsen. Fedoseev, meanwhile, after losing, getting crushed in that game. Where are we expecting the comebacks in this next round 3, Danny?
I think Simon said it right. It's hard to predict a comeback for Jordan, but I think the other matches are still quite close. I think Iturrizaga will try to avoid deep preparation by Fabiano next time, so that'll be one. And Fedoseev now gets the white pieces, so if you had to pick one of those 2 matchups where both Fedoseev and Iturrizaga are trailing by a point, I think Fedoseev getting white probably has the better chances to turn things around.
What about Magnus? Is this some of the best chess that we've been seeing from him, David, this entire last month?
Certainly, especially the best speed chess. We've seen him win world titles in Rapid and Blitz, but right now he's just unstoppable. People are barely scoring against him in Blitz and Rapid, and you got to feel for Jordan. He's been close both times to making a draw, but just not close enough, and Magnus just seems to have that extra edge. Yeah,
he's just incredible at the moment, Magnus. I mean, Magnus, when he gets going, he's just better than everyone else, and what's more impressive about that is that, you know, the gap at the top now with the elite players is becoming less and less, but Magnus still has that little bit, you know, so it's, incredible.
Apparently a rough Norway chess was all he needed, I guess, to wake up. After Norway chess, it's been all Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, because that was really up and down for him. Norway chess, also the Global Chess League, where he had mixed results, but then Title Tuesday and winning the Grand Chess Tour, 9 out of 9. And today, again, winning both his games. He's making it a bit of a habit here, winning all his games in a day. That can't be pleasant for the opponents at all.
I think we have to make a prediction. Will we see 1A6 again from Magnus?
Seems to be doing pretty good
job.
Oh my God,
I said it before he played it.
Just in time.
This is the move that Magnus played against Hikaru Nakamura in that Title Tuesday that he won with 11 out of 11.
It's interesting. I mean, I know it's. We'll ask Magnus if we get a chance to talk to him why he's playing it if there is a nod to the late international master. But there's also some points to it. It's flexible. Obviously, it's going to throw off your opponent. They're not going to be deeply prepared. And when you believe in your skills as much as Magnus Carlsen does, he's ready for a game. And this definitely creates that scenario.
Yeah, it's provocative stuff, and often that is a bit annoying for the opponents. But the reason it surprises me is he only needs to draw Magnus to confirm his place, kind of confirm progress in the tournament. But not playing for that draw. He wants all the wins.
It's amazing how he can also kind of waste a move of the A pawn. And then he wastes another move with a C pawn. You know, he's wasted like 2 moves in the opening. And again, it goes back to like, you want to show children how to play chess. Don't show them this game. It's like, you know, they'd be like, well, Magnus moves the same pawn so many times. It's like, no, don't play like that. You have to be very special in order to play like this. And I think it's like anyone, if you're a master at music, you need to know the rules to be able to break the rules. And there's not many people who can do that.
I love that we're seeing this same idea because we didn't have a chance to talk about it in the first game where Magnus was black. But this is one of the most principled reasons for the a6 move. You're going to bring this historically bad bishop in this structure to the b5 square and offer an exchange. And Magnus did this in the first game. If you're just joining us, where have you been? You can back up and check it out. He already won with black in a similar structure. And that is a very principled idea, right? You're getting rid of your worst piece within the pawn structure. And so regardless of the time it took to get here, it's not like you're really putting yourself on that much of a back foot. So anyway, interesting stuff.
Very interesting stuff. Magnus here with some crazy opening ideas, and they seem to be working really well for him. And the other player who's shown impressive opening prep today, Fabiano Caruana, he's about to start his round 3 against Iturrizaga. Now, game 2 was a crush by Fabi, but it was a big part of the prep. So for Iturrizaga, it's not that bad of a news when you know that it's not like you got outplayed. You were just out-prepared.
Yeah, I don't even know which feels worse sometimes. But you're right that, again, you have to keep yourself positive. So if you're looking for the right sense of mindfulness, if you're Iturrizaga, you're like, look, I got unlucky. I chose a bad line, right? I misstepped in terms of Fabiano's kitchen. I'll avoid the ramen next time, Simon. And now I'm going to just play another game and forget that I lost that one because of home cooking.
Yeah, you got to just move on, haven't you, as quickly as you can? And you're totally right saying that. But I think it might be that first game that's haunting him. Maybe not the loss, but actually that he didn't play on. As David said, it's like the gods of chess, like karma, basically, is coming back to haunt you. If you get a better position, you can't offer a draw. It's as simple as that, because you're not going to get many other chances. And that just might be a little niggle at the back of his mind, which could affect him now.
Yeah, we see it constantly in interviews. Players like, oh, but in game 1 I could have done this. It would have all been different. It's like, yeah, you could have done. And
you should have done, but
should have done.
So
exactly.
Yeah, you didn't do it. So it's like, yeah.
But meanwhile, this game, it was another Caro-Kann defense, another exchange variation, as we saw in game 1 between these two, but a slightly different spin on it this time. Certainly less forcing, where Fabi, we saw earlier, sacrificed the exchange.
Yeah.
And now Iturrizaga, he's ready to break in the center as black. He doesn't want a slow maneuvering game. He wants to be direct. E5
it's funny, next. Fabi changed first, actually, right? Fabi didn't want to go for the same line, didn't like the position he got against Iturrizaga. But anyway, now we're in a more traditional-looking Carlsbad structure, as you pointed out, right? White has the majority on the queen side. Black is trying for E5 potentially now.
Wow. And for Iturrizaga, time is running out. He needs to find a way to level the match. While we've had decisive results in all the matches, one has been extremely solid. Nodibek Abdusatrov taking on Wesley So, and no surprises there. Both these players absolutely on their top game. Very hard to win a game. It's been 2 draws in this one. And Nodibek, the first one on our screen, head and hands there. But Wesley's missing.
Yeah.
Let the cat out for a second. Letting the cat out.
Okay.
Sometimes the cat crawls up and at his feet, and he has to open the door to let the cat out. I'm just revealing fair play camera stuff. We see these things on all kinds of behind-the-scene cameras, and he doesn't want the cat bothering him while he's playing. So, good call, Wesley.
Prediction: how long will Wesley be away? How long does it normally take him to take the cat out, Danny?
Not this long. So he's maybe he's doing something else too while he's out, but can't really get that much of an edge in terms of last-minute prep at this point. It's D4. He's been here before.
And he's lost about 40 seconds on the clock, Simon.
Yeah, it's incredible, But at least we're getting a good look at his door, which is lovely. And I'm just trying to see some books there. But yeah, he's got to get to the board soon. You don't want to give away a big time advantage, obviously. And
looks like there may be something else going on as far as tech stuff or miscommunication. So there's going to be an abort game. Okay. Well, either way, we hope that the cat is safe, whether Leslie let the cat out or not. Tanya.
Yeah, I was just going to ask who let the cat out, but that would be a really bad one. So looking at what we have here, 15 minutes have been a setback, but we will get moves here. But meanwhile, let's jump over to the other game where action is on, and we are about to get moves from Fedoseev. He starts with the white pieces. Now, it's not just the scoreline, it's the way in which Levon won that last game. How difficult is it for a player to kind of recover from that with just such little time in between games?
Well, it's funny. I would argue the same storyline should be in his head as you said that Iturrizaga should have, which we didn't give it as much credit because Fabiano's preparation was so dominant and so deep. But I actually think that Levon, if we look back at that game, he gave up the bishop for the knight, and he played very quickly to a dominant middle game position. So obviously at some point he was on his own. But Levon, I think, was extremely well prepared in that game. And I think Fedoseev might also say, hey, I kind of got unlucky, chose a bad line. Let's just focus on the next one and forget about the past.
Yeah, it was really interesting, that last game, Danny, because, I mean, I didn't understand that. I hadn't seen it, and it shows you how things develop theoretically wise and how computers helped out. And you mentioned that this is a new idea, or newish idea, where you give up your bishop, and he completely crushed Fedoseev. And maybe that's Aronian using that experience as well, David. You know, he's got more years, he's got vast experience in many different positions, and you've got to use your assets when you're playing chess. So, and he did well.
Yeah. I was going to say earlier, actually, Bobby Fischer would have been turning in his grave if you told him he had to trade off his light-squared bishop after 1e4 so early, but that's modern chess and very active play. And Levon, again, well prepared in this one. It was an attempt at the Berlin defense. It was an anti-Berlin, Fedoseev trying to keep pieces on the board. But this last move clearly has surprised him after capturing Black's pawn on d5 in the center. Aronian doesn't take back. He's just saying, OK, I want your light-squared bishop this time. And, OK, there's tension. White can maybe go a pawn up in various positions, but it will come at the cost of the bishop pair. And Black is super active with great central control. So, again, Fedoseev not enjoying the fact that he's been surprised in the opening.
It's a big question, and just looking specifically at a6 and why is Fedoseev thinking? I think it's because with the exchange of d5, David, the d3 pawn is now the biggest weakness. And so a6 is putting a very big question on the board, which is if you go to a4 with the bishop, now I'm going to capture on d5, and d3 comes under fire right away. And if you trade on c6, I obviously will take back, and I'm happy that I've won the bishop pair. In this case, I think it will turn out pretty well for Black because the position is opening up. So I'm just looking at why would Fedoseev be surprised. I think there's a big positional weakness on d3, and he has to be very careful here.
Yeah, I must admit I have studied this position before in the past from the Black side, and I was very happy. I thought there were no issues. If I recall correctly, in this position, Danny, White should play the move d4, and after trading off, Black retreats. Okay. I think you can go actually back in either direction, and yes, you'll be a pawn up with White, but Black's going to get great central control. The bishop comes out. You just have fantastic activity. You can take one pawn back anytime you want. So this must be what Levon has in mind. Very active defense. We know he's a great proponent of the martial defense, or the martial attack, and it looks like he's going for something similar here. But yeah, strange that Fedoseev is spending so long this early.
Yeah, Levon Aronian up on the clock, and there we see a trade happen, and we're also getting an update that we do have a player back on camera, on his chair. The cat has been let out. Wesley So returns, and we've also got a lot of moves, and once again, a really interesting opening battle where White has sacrificed a pawn.
Yeah, White has sacrificed a pawn. This is another Catalan opening. We saw one earlier today between Iturrizaga and Caruana, where Black grabbed a pawn, grabbed all the material, and went on to win. Will we see a repeat? This is quite a well-known line. It's actually a line I've lost in as Black myself, so I know the dangers. But yeah, simply White has given up a pawn and is happy to play in the center and on the king side. Black, meanwhile, a bit passive for now.
What are these dangers, David? You've got to tell us. Reveal that big opening prep.
Ask Adiban. He was the one who crushed me in this in this position. But meanwhile, it's simply that Black struggles to move. Here, Black cannot fight in the center. White is simply going to step forward with e4 and d5, or even e4 and e5. And this last move, h4, does hint that the White knight might jump into g5 at some point. Some blitz attacks against the Black king, potentially, if you're not careful. And it's a bit difficult to defend here, or develop even. If you bring your knight out, for example, then knight g5 is the killer blow, because, as mentioned, this is a checkmate threat, and now suddenly it's the other bishop that drops off, and Black's pieces are all hanging. So it's just difficult to even find moves, from my experience. Wesley, let's give him the job of finding moves for Black.
Shouldn't it be Wesley playing the cat, Alan?
Oh
my gosh.
Nicely done, Sai.
No, that was just so cringe. See you later, guys. I tried.
I thought that was great.
Scraping the barrel there.
Yeah, that was really poor. I won't be doing that again. Sorry.
The prep is great, though, David. I love that. And now we see g6 to stop your exact idea of knight g5. So I was also just glued to the analysis there. Really helpful to see how dangerous the position is for Black. And here goes Harry. You're a wizard. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It won't happen again.
Yeah. No, you can call him a wizard. He's doing a good job there, probing away at Black's king side. And again, this idea of using this pawn on the right-hand side, we call him Harry, the H pawn, though. It is quite a new idea. There's not many things in chess that have really changed, but over the last, let's say, 50 years. But I would say this pawn advance is one of those things that people have learned is a good idea, and it just gets a nice hold on Black's king side. And if you can get a queen at some point later on towards black's king, it's always going to be a danger. But he rushed moving that pawn. I mean, that's a little bit strange because that does limit white's options there. Wesley now also playing quite quick.
Yeah, and Simon, I've always thought you're a man ahead of your time. You've been pushing Harry the H-pawn for years, and AlphaZero did confirm that often it's a good idea. But I think it's with this in mind. Often it's not actually to open up files to trade off on G6. It's just to leave a pawn there forever and either promote it later on, that white H-pawn, or just keep the black king caught in a cage.
Hear that, Simon? A man ahead of your time. A man ahead of your time.
Yeah, I mean, I always push the H-pawn just to take on G6 and checkmate. I never did this, so it's more luck than skill, obviously. But it's certainly an idea that, you know, just players at top level are playing much more often nowadays. Yeah.
Wow, now the backup Desatra putting pressure on both sides of the board, advancing with Harry the H-pawn. And what's it for the A-pawn?
Harry.
Harry the A-pawn, that's the one. Harry the H-pawn, Harry the A-pawn, they're marching down the board, building up the pressure. The one player who needs to also get the pressure on is Jordan van Foreest. He's down by 2 points against Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus's king is in the center. Yep. What's going on, David?
Well, to me, it looks pretty safe, that king. At least having that block structure in the middle of the board changes everything. Don't try this at home, kids. We've established this. Magnus is not a good role model with his black openings today, at least. But with this structure, black's king doesn't face any attacks from any of the white pieces, so should be safe. I still prefer white's position, I've got to say. Black's knight on f5, slightly lacking squares there. White's pushing Harry the H-pawn again. But, yeah, looks solid for now. And I'll say for now, because this one could explode later, Simon.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it just looks a bit weird for black here. And I think Jordan's done a much better job than he did in that first game with the same opening, because you really want to keep the queens on the board, I think, in this kind of structure, because whose king is safer? The white king is safer. It's nicely tucked away. Black's king might look safe, but it is in the middle of the board. And, OK, we have some more moves coming up there with the H-pawn pushing. I mean, did he need to rush that? I'm not sure. But I agree, I'd rather be white in this position, 100%.
I think it was a nice idea, because now you have this H7 pawn that might just be taken. I mean, there's not a lot of help coming for Harry over there on H7. And I don't know whether white plays queen to D3 or queen C2 right away, but this is... This looks kind of scary for Magnus. I mean, again, I think initially the king does look safe on D7 because, as you said, David, the position's closed. That's why you can break that rule. But I think a little bit of Magnus bias might be like, he was fine. But actually, Jordan is doing the kind of thing you would have to do if you were going to do the improbable to get a comeback. You would just focus on the next game, be aggressive against this A6 shenanigans, and this is the best position Jordan has had in any of the 3 games.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you need when you're trailing Magnus. And you mentioned an interesting thing there, Danny, about the Magnus bias when we're evaluating positions. We would look at this, and any other player playing black, we'd be like, this should be completely winning for white.
Look, if any other player was playing black and they played A6, King D7, I'd be like, you are a patzer. Go back to patzer school, get a coach, look at some videos, just don't play like this. But as it's Magnus, you have to be like, brilliant, very inventive, you know, crazy idea.
Bias. He's earned the bias, let's be honest, right? I mean, he's earned bias by the way he plays, but...
And that's a new pose we're seeing. Magnus looking uber chill there.
Magnus he looks like he's not about to play high-stakes chess. He looks like he's about to Netflix and chill.
It's like almost not safe for work, that image right now.
Yeah.
Magnus, we got kids watching this.
Keep the camera where it is, everybody. But seriously, I think we do get a little bias. I think if you look at the position, yes, you have this A file for Magnus, David, but you can't ever play B4, I don't think, because of A4. Although maybe then you would get B5. So actually, right as I say that, maybe this is what Magnus should go for. He gets B5 and the pawn is pinned to the rook. Sorry, accidentally getting very in the weeds here, because I'm fascinated by what can Magnus do to get counterplayed, because if you don't have something like this, H7 is hanging and Jordan is in business.
Still very slow, this counterplay, though. Even if you take this pawn, white simply recaptures, and meanwhile the king side might collapse. And I don't know, just to point out your other idea, Danny, just simply white is going to go at some point with queen c2 or queen d3 for this h-pawn. It looks, again, strategically winning for white, but how can Magnus cause some chaos? He brings his rook to g8. How does that stop the idea? Queen to c2. Maybe it's just the fact that this white rook cannot swing at the moment because this a3 pawn is a weakness. Black will try and plug the holes, for example, with rook g6. And again, look shaky if white retreats, for example, but no immediate damage done for now. And maybe the black king will find safety eventually in the corner.
We've got moves. Instead, he hits Jordan's rook, forcing it to fall back. Our Evalbar doesn't approve. It kind of just clamps down the pieces, the black pieces on the king side. And then you say all this about black's position, but then you take a look at Magnus and you just don't understand what's going on.
Yeah. He's chill. I mean, he's also got, I don't know what the boots are, too. Sorry, I've been fascinated with, are those Ugg boots? Those are very furry and comfortable socks. I don't know.
I was wondering, it's weird how our minds think alike, Danny. It's a little bit worrying, but I was, rather than looking at the chest, I was thinking, what's that on his feet? Yeah. Is it Wesley So's cat? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's very strange. I mean, are they socks or are they Ugg boots? This is the question of the day.
Look, if this position were anyone else, you were right, Tanya, we would be just like, white is about to win. You have knight d3 coming. c5 is a weakness. White can play a4 now that the rooks have fully committed to the king side. You can play a4 and get rid of this a3 weakness. So I really like Jordan's position. Again, it would be an improbable comeback. He's down 2-0 to the #1 player in the world, but this is how you would draw it up.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus needs only a draw to wrap up the match, and he's kind of creating something on the king side with the pawn advance.
Wow, h5. Do you think he's going to put the boot in with this one, Simon? Harry is running, h4 is coming, the white king, maybe a target?
Well, he's got to try something, hasn't he? He's got to try to open up the position and, create chances. I mean, the good thing about having a bad position is you kind of don't have to care as much because you're probably going to lose anyway. So you might as well lose in style rather than just like getting, slowly sucked, away your energy going. So this is at least trying to push the pawn, get something towards the white king. So I kind of like the idea here.
Yeah, I like this last couple of moves for black. It feels like Magnus kind of thinks he can get away with anything right now. And if he gets away with this, we're going to have to rethink everything we know about chess. Yeah. Jordan certainly under pressure here. h5. Wow, OK, he's going for the black king, potentially. He's trying to open up lines. I'm not really seeing what that threatens, this last move, a4. Surely black can just ignore that and play on the other side of the board. This one's suddenly double-edged, no longer one-way traffic.
It's getting spicy. Magnus is pulling it off. Right as we said, only Magnus can do it, and maybe he'll pull it off again. He's going to, after rook a4, he'll find safety with the queen and gain a tempo on d4, maybe. And then h4 is coming, so it's suddenly... I don't know where it went wrong. I mean, we'd have to sit here and have, a bunch of analysis tools at our fingertips. And
even then, it's hard to understand the position. Those boots certainly do look like they were made for walking right now. B takes a4. And Jordan, he needs something. I don't see it. That black king looks too safe right now.
I mean, he is opening up lines potentially where the black king is.
Yep.
So that's one good thing. I mean, he could take with a pawn here, try to use the open file that the pawn's moved away from, the B file.
Yep.
So he's trying to do something. But Magnus has the same idea on the other side. So now black has counterplay, and previously black had no counterplay. So it's improved for Magnus, definitely.
And Magnus plays h4 instantly. Look at that, ba4, h4. He is not messing around. And just like that, Magnus Carlsen is better.
Oof. How does he work it in his favour? Every single time, no matter how dodgy the position looks, aesthetically. And I think maybe just having that relaxed state of mind really helps, actually, in rapid chess. You kind of put the burden to your opponent. You're like, you spend the time worrying about this. I'll just figure it out on the fly. I'll calculate my way out of trouble.
How many chairs does he have in his room as well?
He's got enough. The answer is enough.
Is that at least 2 chairs there,
It's at least one on the other side as well. I think there's 3 big ones.
3 chairs. Wow.
That's got to be the tidiest room that I've seen Magnus play from. Usually it's as if a tornado just hit and an absolute mess. But Magnus here doing just Magnus things. He's not only great at winning positions, but also getting out of trouble and being able to create something out of worse positions. Can he win this one? We will come back to this, but we're getting a big update from Ketty with some shocking news from Division 2 and 3.
That's right, Tanya. Something incredible happened in the Division 2 where Grandmaster Matlakov beat it with only 3 minutes to get white pieces against 15 without no increment. So Chess.com game coordinators asked him, double-checked if he really beat it 3 minutes, and he agreed with that. The game was a draw, which means that he lost the match. But here's the speculation, guys. The question to you, do you think that it was something that he was hurried to maybe catch the flight, or he had something to do, or he really wanted to have these 3 minutes to win the game with white pieces?
Oh, wow, Katie, that's a great question, because 3 minutes, Simon, that's crazy low in an Armageddon.
That's insane. That's a very, very risky bid. But did it pay off? I kind of missed the ending. Did it pay off?
He lost?
No.
He lost. Okay, so it didn't pay off. I guess that answers the question. It wasn't a good idea whether you're trying to catch a flight or not. That's crazy. That's the worst bid since Vichy's bid. And not to call out my man Vichy, right? But we all knew that we wondered if he misunderstood the time control when he bid, I think it was 9 minutes last year to 15 minutes in the Chess.com Global Championship, and ended up being, way down on the clock and with no increment lost. So that's a very, very dangerous bid.
How low can you go is always the question when we talk about bidding Armageddons, but it turns out, as Ketty mentioned, that the coordinators did confirm that he bid 3 minutes, and he said, yes, there's got to be a different...
We did the same thing with Vichy, by the way, last year in the Global Championship. We're like, hey...
Are you sure?
You know that the base time is 15 minutes, right? Not 10 minutes. And Vichy's like, I know. And then he did it, and he lost, and we're like, okay, we did our best, so...
How cool would it be, Simon, David, if we could actually follow the players as they make their bids?
We need to install it.
Definitely, yeah.
The thought process, especially that one time we saw Magnus just get inside the head of Hikaru, bid exactly 1 second under, just predict Hikaru's bid out of nothing. I mean, stuff like that, it's game-changing.
And that happened, and Hikaru could never recover from that. That 1 second win on the bidding Armageddon got him the game as well.
Yeah, no, it's actually... I think a fascinating part of it, the bidding Armageddon is like its own meta game, and I think the more we have events that have this, it's going to be really cool a few years from now if we look into the crystal ball, because we're going to have years of data and years of comparisons, and it's going to be interesting to see, because I think we will probably learn what the best strategies are the more we see top players do it, and we're already learning more and more about how they think about their odds, so it's interesting.
I mean, Danny, we've got the boss here with us, so you can tell us, are we ever going to see the bidding Armageddon as it happens, the thought process as the players bid?
100%. In fact, we're already... Okay, I'm not going to be put on the spot about where the live finals were going to be, but we are announcing it on Wednesday, and we're trying to work in some different elements that we can when all the players are together. Things that we've seen that you can do when all the players are together. So having elements like that, getting a little bit more insight into their thought process should be more to come. Sorry if that wasn't teasing enough.
That's going to be fun. And in this position, David, it looks like it's Magnus Carlsen who's having all the fun now.
Yeah, Magnus with great air quality, great chair quality, and it looks like...
Great posture.
Great posture. Everything's turning in his favour.
Great hair quality.
Everything's going well, yes. So, can Jordan see him on the count? I'm just wondering while they're playing. I mean,
he can if he wants, yeah. Some players look, some players don't.
As soon as Magnus got his legs out, his position's got a lot better. I mean, it has really improved, hasn't it? And he's got his queen in. He's got some pressure now on Jordan's position, and he just looks really relaxed. Maybe a little bit too relaxed, but
Champion's pose, Simon.
Champion's pose after it. Shall I do that now? Can I give? Anyone want to see that? Do you want to see a bit of leg? No, I don't think anyone wants to see that.
A future day when we wear shorts, business up top, party down low. If you wear shorts, you can lift up your leg.
I don't wear shorts. I don't wear anything down there. No. But it's strange. I mean, you've got to be comfortable when you play, and maybe the viewers at home. It seems like he's in some still drawing class. Some pose, but it looks bad, doesn't it, now for Jordan?
Not only for Jordan, but also for Wesley So. There has been a big moment in that game. Nodebek up do Satra, Wesley So. Wesley So gets the advantage, actually. So Nodebek in trouble. Let's bring that up and do a deep dive. Nodebek up do Satra taking on Wesley So. So far, the result on that matchup has been level. Are we going to see a decisive game this time?
It does look likely in that one. I think we'll see a bunch of dramatic results in this round. But this is the current position between Abdusattorov and Wesley So. And if we do a quick count, White is no longer just 1 pawn down, it's 2 pawns. And we look at Harry, the H-pawn. That one right for the picking as well. It's trapped behind enemy lines. It's not going to survive too much longer. This is a key moment, however, because if white does get a move or two, maybe some hints of counterplay, but it does feel like Wesley is on top of this one. I'm just looking at his play. It's been very powerful, very clear, and trading off pieces as well has lessened the pressure on black's position. Looking good.
David, I see Harry the H-pawn on that 8-6 square. I really want my queen on G7 to give it checkmate. And I want to ask you guys, what happens if white actually pushes that d-pawn, trying to clear up that diagonal? How does black counter that?
Yeah, I think the good thing for Wesley is it's his move as black.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, if not, for example, let's make a random move. Let's say I push my pawn, as you say, Tanya, pushing this one forward. At least there's a threat of checkmate. Maybe black could still react here by blocking with the bishop. Still some diagonals, but definitely this idea in the air. So right now, in the current game position, I wouldn't be surprised to see Wesley kind of take a preemptive strike against this idea of landing a white queen here eventually. I'm not sure how he'd do that. Maybe using his bishop. Maybe you just bring the queen out, simply gobble up this h6 pawn, this intruder. But looks like a lot of options. He is doing decently on the clock as well. So,
but the idea, Tanya, you pointed out is really the key reason why the queen went to b2, right? Because even if d5 doesn't happen, it's the threat of the queen going to g7 and the b3 pawn hanging that is keeping Noterbeck in this game, right? Because if white regains b3, at the very least from a practical perspective, black's king is feeling the breeze the longer the game goes, right? This pawn on h6, the pawn on e6 is weak. So anyway, I'm just saying, even if the checkmate wasn't happening, I agree that the idea is critical because black has to go out of his way to win that pawn. Go ahead.
And we're seeing this happen right now because Wesley voluntarily allowed the opening up of the diagonal, and now we're seeing some sacrifices, and perhaps white just picks up the bishop, and there's the dark square weaknesses for the rest of the game that now black has to fight.
Yeah, ideas, like you said, Tanya, of maybe sliding the queen back and in at some point. Still checkmate ideas on the board. Also, this knight, which I was about to criticize as being the worst piece on the board, suddenly it's coming back to life. And maybe now, for example, you bring your knight forward and yes, black is the exchange up. Black has an extra rook for white's bishop, but still a long way to go.
But while we're here, we have to back up because this move, we have the analysis up. This move by Wesley, c5. I mean, Tanya was just like, you know, trying to think of ways to manufacture pushing the d pawn in queen g7, and Wesley goes, I'll just play it for you. Here you go. Now you can take a pawn with it. So I think we got caught up in the tactics, but that was just a blunder by Wesley. I mean, what an awkward move to play and go for this exchange sack. I mean, it's easy for us to say, but I think that this position has now become back to a 3-result one. Anyone could win this.
Yeah, materialistic.
One player who needs to win his game is Jordan van Foreest. This one looks like Noterbeck is back in the game, but let's head over to Jordan versus Magnus, as Magnus is very close to wrapping up the match.
Yeah, Magnus close now. He has won a pawn. That black rook has really infiltrated on the second rank now, eyeing up white's king as well. Black's king, the safer of the two. We talked about that. We debated that earlier. And Jordan's counterplay of pushing the white g-pawn forward looks far, far too slow. And Magnus can also bully Jordan here with the threat of queen trades. King d7, he's classy stuff.
We had to come back. This is the last chance to get Simon's take on the chairs, because after Magnus either wins or draws this game, we won't see Magnus anymore for the rest of the day. So, Simon, thoughts? The room.
Well, I mean, I was quite surprised when Tanya said earlier, oh, it's the cleanest I've ever seen Magnus's room, because, like, if this is the cleanest that Magnus' room is, how bad does it get? You know, I mean, there's a towel over there, there's, like, 3 chairs, there's microphones poking out. I mean, like, the guy's got enough money to get a cleaner or something, hasn't he? I mean, you know, he doesn't need to clean his own room, just get a cleaner in. You know, I'll go and clean his room if he wants me to. Anyway, I'm sure loads of people would love to clean his room. David, would you like to clean his room?
No.
You wouldn't. Danny, you
There are
tempted?
people that would
No?
line up
I mean,
around the street to clean Magnus Carlsen's room. We met some of them. We were out in the city on Saturday. So I agree with you, Simon. I mean, but anyway, no, Magnus, remember everybody, only needs a draw to eliminate Jordan van Foreest, at least from the main bracket, right? Jordan, of course, will enter the loser's bracket and can have a chance to come back from there.
And he needs a draw, and he's up a pawn.
He's up a pawn.
Probably going to push for more.
And he's found a really clever way there, Magnus Carlsen, of trading queens. Last move, the white knight could not go and take the black queen because there was a pin on the second rank. So Jordan steps his king up, but okay, no, queen's on the board. He wants to go for checkmate. And Jordan does have the weaker king for now, so why not?
Maybe a repetition. That's all he needs. And it's on the board.
Yep. And shout out to the Twitch comment there. He has the air, the chair, and the hair. It's unfair. Rhyme time. Speaking to my heart right there. Great comment.
And Jordan had a nightmare.
And it was a nightmare.
And there we have Magnus Carlsen taking his match against Jordan van Foreest in a crushing style. Wins 2 games, comfortably draws the third one with the black pieces. It's been a day of great chess by the world number one, and action continues in this one where the H-pawn eventually falls.
The H-pawn does fall. That means that now black has an advantage of the exchange and a pawn. But if you look at the quality of the pieces, we've been talking about hair quality. Suddenly, look at white's knight. Beautiful piece, quality piece. White's queen has potential. White has a passed c-pawn. Black's rooks don't make a great impression right now, and maybe, again, I'm biased by the evaluation bar, but I think in practical terms, white has decent chances, to say the least.
No, I mean, I'm biased by the fact that Wesley was winning this position a few moves ago, and in a dominant fashion. I mean, see, I'm just surprised that was one of those where some sort of hallucination, right, going on with the move c5, because I think from a practical perspective, I would greatly favor white here. I know the eval bar says 50-50, but to me, that king in time pressure is going to face tactics. Those knights are frisky.
Yeah, already big threats.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree with Danny there. I mean, it's not always about the valuation bar. It's about how practical and easy the position is to play. And people forget that when they're looking at these positions. You can get carried away just looking at that thing on the side of the bar going up and down. But just ask yourself, which side would you rather be, and who's got the easier moves? The white king has this much better compact protection, but the black king, those bodyguards, those pawns, have drifted away from saving it. So the black king is going to be a target. OK, you've got the extra rook, but that's that knight is proving to be so strong. So I'm agreeing with Danny, which is dangerous. Yeah,
becoming a habit at this point.
I know it is, but I definitely prefer white here. I mean, you want to keep the queens on. That's one thing you should be trying to do, though, because oh, that's a nice trick as well. That pawn becoming dangerous. I mean, look, it's starting to look very dangerous to black. Position.
It's starting to look very hairy indeed. And OK, he has to move his king. There were threats of knight checks in the air. There was this awkward tension between the queens. At least black has protected his queen here, Wesley. And Abdusattorov, is he going to continue pushing his pawn forward? White's queen and rook slightly loose as well, so not perfect coordination yet to go for an attack. But it feels like it's in the air, and you can see Abdusattorov's excitement there, just readjusting his pose, leaning into the camera. His spidey senses are tingling. And mine too, I must admit. It feels like the white has a tactic, just where is it? And remember, long-term, black is up on material, probably winning, so you need something over the next few moves. What could it be? King f7, nice defensive move there from Wesley, got to say. A minute up on the clock, and that could be a big thing as we get down to the climax of this game.
And does it all come down to that moment when Wesley went with that c-pawn push, the big turnaround that we saw?
Feels that way, but still, decisive moments, I think, yet to come.
Yeah, I mean, there's
still go either way.
Mutual time pressure, mutual opportunities to blunder ahead. It's hard not to be looking in the rearview mirror about the blunder because Wesley was dominant. But I'm also looking at the Caruana Iturizaga game. I'm not sure we can go there because remember, if Caruana wins that game, that match is also over. So that's something we should probably keep an eye on because it may not be only Magnus who's walking away. We'll see.
We will jump to that as soon as we can. But this one, so much tension on the board. The pins that we were pointing out, and now all the heavy major pieces lined up on the D file. That knight looking good for Abdusattorov. And even though Wesley is the one who's got the material advantage, up an exchange, is it Notabek who's pushing for the win here?
It has to be Notabek. I think the king open and the chances to win back some material to you. We have knight b6, which might just be a big trade. We might just get an endgame with queens if the fork happens. Oh wait, in fact, Wesley decides I'm gonna help simplify things here and get rid of that pawn. But Notabek is not going to give up.
Wow. And the one player who's not giving up right now, Fabiano Caruana, he is in a dominating position one more time against Iturizaga. If he wins this, it's match over.
Yeah, and we do a quick count. White is a pawn down, but the evaluation bar says he's completely winning, and that's simply, again, because of the quality of his pieces. There might be checkmating attacks against the black king. White's a pawn looks very dangerous as well, and black's bishop clearly inferior to the white knight. Fabi still needs something. He still needs something to push this over the edge to turn his advantage into something more tangible. So what do we think, Simon? Do you see any big breakthroughs here? Maybe the white king coming forward. The white knight has a few different tempting jumps.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, if you compare the pieces, I mean, all three of White's main pieces are fantastic. I mean, just pushing the pawn, that's going to be a very useful pawn. It might just become a queen very soon. You could either use your knight to come over and support that pawn again. And maybe that's just the winning plan. You move the knight, you move the pawn. The pawn's threatening to move in this position again, and it just looks horrible. It's been kind of a day of knights, hasn't it? We have Magnus Carlsen dominating with the knights this game. The knights dominating. Aronian dominating with the knight as well. So
Knights of the future, you know.
Yeah, I've always liked the knights. You know, I like my tricks, as I'm sure you know, Danny. But I love how tricky the knights are. And,
David, you highlighted A7. I actually think Fabi missed that. I was also looking at it, and the reason is that if we go back quickly, A7 could have been played because if you took it, there was a fork on C8, and I wonder if Fabi missed that. So now that he didn't go for that, we're back in a bit of a mess here. A7. Anyway, so this is high stakes because again, Magnus has already punched his ticket to the next round. Fabiano has an opportunity to do it, but he may be missing chances. Although now that I look at time as well, Iturizaga, oh my gosh, he made that last move with 1.2 seconds on the clock. This is not where you want to be.
Yeah, it's so complicated. White has so many options to be ready to play your next move in 3 or 4 seconds, and for it to not be a blunder, that's going to be incredibly difficult for him. But Fabi, 50 seconds. What can he try? He's missed some wins already.
Yeah.
Knight forks are so hard to spot. It's easy from the comfort of the studio, but where is the killer blow? Okay, he steps
he goes
back.
Knight B2.
Could he have just gone rook?
I think he could have played rook B8, Simon. I think so. He ends up doing the same thing, but
maybe he prefers his knight here so he can blockade the pawns. And this is if he can stop that B pawn, I'm assuming he's winning, but it's not so clear, is it?
It's not so clear.
That's a really nice move, rook C2, because it stopped knight C5 check that was threatening to fork and win the pawn. Look at this. He's keeping the pressure alive. This is
Yeah, this is unclear by the looks of it. I mean, now it's the black king and the black rook which kind of dominate with those pawns as well. So it's a bit of a turnaround. And this is, can the white knight fork the king and rook? That's the question. But, wow, it's too complicated for me now.
Yeah,
it's far too complicated.
It's a fork in the game because he either has to give that knight check, bring the white knight to b4, and maybe even take that black rook, or Fabi has to try and bail out somehow. He's just walked into this, this double attack. And
it's not every day you hesitate about winning an exchange like this, but when you've got 2 passed pawns, he's allowing to get a knight. Okay, do you have alt on? He doesn't have enough time. You have to hold alt and get a queen.
He needs to make a move 2 seconds.
He doesn't know how to do it. He didn't know how to do it. Oh my God, Fabi played the pre-move. Pre-move on a queen gambit.
Oh my God.
You can see he's smiling as well.
And that's it. It's over.
As soon as it happened, I knew it was the case because he didn't know what to do. You have to hold alt to get a queen. If you have auto queen on, you have to hold alt so that you can get a knight.
Wow.
So he literally played the auto queen gambit right there.
Wow. And if you make a queen, you lose on the spot. And with that, with just seconds on the clock, Iturizaga goes down and Fabiano Caruana takes the match and Danny Range with head in hands.
I never have auto queen on for this reason. I also lose a lot of chess games and time scrambles. But the reason you have auto queen on, I don't know if we want to show it quickly, David, is because normally you want to get a queen 90% of the time. But in this case, if you get a queen, there's a skewer on C8 and white just wins. But if you hold alt, you can bring up the piece palette, which lets you choose. Again, that is how the chess.com server works. And if we want to complain about that, there's no reason to, because you just don't have to have auto queen on. But if you have auto queen on, you have to know this shortcut. Otherwise, you can lose games like this, and we've seen it before.
Do you know the worst thing, Danny, is I don't know how to make a knight either in this position.
You hold down alt?
Yeah, I think it's in a different...
I'm on a different program, so
Wow.
so figure this out. But a knight here would give a check to the white king.
What a heartbreaking moment there for Iturizaga. And I think right now he's sitting there trying to figure this out so it doesn't happen again. But he had this one. He could have saved it, but didn't manage to. The perils of online chess. And we've still got action on in one more. Black's king is out in the open, but with that b-pawn advancing, perhaps potential checkmating ideas, is Vestiso going for the win?
He's certainly going for the win. Whether he gets it is another matter. Queen endgames are so complicated. The only thing I know about queen endgames is that nobody knows anything about queen endgames. It's just about dodging the checks, finding lucky squares for your king. And okay, Abdusatorov's grabbed a pawn and the evaluation bar reacts. Is it time for Black's king to come in? He pushes a pawn.
You can give a check and pick up that pawn, David.
Yeah, he's going for checkmate. He's going for checkmate.
If queen takes king h3 and there's mate.
And you can't fight against it.
Abdusatorov didn't see it.
And look at Wesley. He reacts. He's adjusting his camera. He knows this is the moment. He's done it.
Yep, the white queen has to go and take that black pawn on b2. or it has to move, and the black
Yes,
king
C8. No, queen G4 check, and it's over anyway. Oh my God, he created the crossfire check with queen G4. Wesley so tricky as ever.
We'll show this classy stuff from Wesley. He's going to take the point and the lead. Queen endgame, so treacherous. Just one slip, and it's always over.
You got to give Wesley credit, though, on that, because he let this game get away. He blundered it away. He kept his composure. We were predicting the Noterbeck, right? Probably had the practical chances with the knight. And here in this queen ending, he shows his experience and tricks the youngster. Pretty awesome stuff to go for a mating net on the king side and have that pass pawn.
Yeah, beautiful geometry there from Wesley, and he gets the win with that point. Wow.
What a round, by the way. We didn't even get a chance to see the Fedoseev finish with Aronian, right? I mean, I think that game ended in a draw, but what a game. What a round.
Incredible turnarounds there, and Magnus and Fabi taking their matches in just 3 games, and then we saw Wesley So taking the lead in his game. Lots of topsy-turvy moments, a total roller coaster. David, what was the big moment?
Actually, Tanya, I'm going to quickly highlight 2 brief moments, and they were from the 2 final games that we did look at there. Just the closing stages, because they were so beautiful in their different ways. It was this moment, Abdusattorov maybe could hold the draw with accurate play here as white, but he let Wesley So strike by grabbing a pawn, and greed was not good, because after the pawn to b2, what he had missed is that after the black queen blocks, he simply cannot take on b2. This would lead to checkmate. It's inevitable here, either a checkmate on the g2 square, or if white stops that, a back rank checkmate. And this was a beautiful moment, giving Wesley So the win. And finally, I figured out how to auto-promote to a knight, under-promote to a knight. And it's here that this would have been the saving move, making a knight with black, giving a check, and getting the knight out the way next move. But of course, he wasn't able to do that. And heartbreak for Iturrasarge.
With just seconds on the clock. Under promotion was the name of the game, but it was hard to get it with just 2 seconds. And finally, he did get flagged. Let's take a look at our scoreline. And Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen already booking their spot in the winner's bracket for the day. Meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev has to win on demand that final game, as does Noterbeck Abdusattorov. Which one can we expect an Armageddon in?
Oh my gosh, expecting an Armageddon is always hard. I guess, well, no, they both get the black pieces, so just going through the opening line, that means that I'm looking at both Lev and Wesley as big favorites because they get white. Wesley will invite the Berlin draw this time, and you better not give it to him because he'll take it. And Levon has just been so sharp, so I think both players have big uphill climbs.
Yeah.
Simon, what do you think?
Well, I think their experience is really going to help him here because they can kind of dictate what kind of openings to play, and they only need a draw. So I'm with you. It's going to be really hard. I mean, I'm guessing if anyone can come back, I'll go for Fed because, you know, I've seen him do this many times online before. But it's, it's going to be very tough now.
Yeah.
It's going to be incredibly tough, which means a lot of fun for us. Can the players strike back? And we also had a lot of fun when Magnus Carlsen and David Howell took the Air Things Challenge. Take a look.
Yeah, that really just looks like you're moving a pawn like a knight. Does this actually work?
You tell me. I'm guessing.
I know you're guessing, just sometimes your guesses are right. That's the problem. Oh, I just saw a nice way to lose the game. Okay.
He spotted my trap.
Yeah, bishop d4, nice.
He sees everything.
One thing is like to play chess this way, but to watch this must be...
Wow, David, what happened there? That looked like a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun, but I'm pretty sure we both played illegal moves there. It was a long game. There was a massive crowd, actually, and I was a bit nervous. I won't reveal the result, but it was fun.
I was going to say, now I just want to know what happened because I keep looking at that position. Like, if that's a pawn on c2 for Magnus, then you're in trouble. If it's not a pawn, never mind. I'm not going to try to solve the chess on that.
You know what?
Let it go.
I don't know the result, but by the look on David's face, I think David got it.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to have to wait until tomorrow. Oh, look at that. Little rub of the hands there as well. I think he's giving it away, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll have to find out soon. But
David Howell just revealed the result of his challenge with Magnus Carlsen. We'll find out tomorrow, but for now, we are being joined by one of the winners of the day. It is Fabiano Caruana, who took his match in 3 games. Fabi, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
Wrapping it up in 3 games, it felt like everything worked out today. What are you most pleased about? You've got a lot to choose from.
Well, the second game, it was just by pure fortune that I checked this line a few days ago, and not even for myself. I was checking for someone else, and then I thought, why not? Why not play it? I've never played this line before, and I got a winning position without really having to make a single move on my own. And yeah, the third game, I guess what happened is that he had auto queen on. That's the only thing only way I can explain why he ran out of time. But he was defending really well in the third game. I mean, I thought it was miraculous how down a piece I can't really coordinate in time, and I have to go for this position with where he underpromotes to knight, and I still thought there's pretty decent winning chances with low time because my king can try to run into the center again. But objectively, I guess he's holding, and yeah, I guess it's a bit of a strange and unfortunate end. But this is why I always make sure in rapid games I always have my my auto queen turned off.
I'm really glad you said that, Fabi. Hey there, it's me, Danny. You're looking fresh, by the way. But I'm really glad you said that because it's the moment he took on c2 and you allowed it. I was like, he has auto queen on and he doesn't know how to turn it off. Like you could see the whole thing happening. We've seen it happen before. But all right, good pro tip to turn it off. I want to ask you, man. You've had some pretty good events this year. You look like you're off to a good start, right? No one wants to jinx anything, but how important would it be for you to win one of these rather than rely on the Grand Prix points to punch your ticket to the live final?
Yeah, it would be a great personal success. I've been close a few times, but haven't quite made it. I stumbled at the finish line twice against Hikaru and against Noterbeck. Especially against Hikaru, it was felt really, really close because we got down to an Armageddon game, and so that was a big disappointment. But I'm not going to get ahead of myself. It's still just the beginning of the tournament, and like I came into this match the first day kind of like with not many expectations because I had to travel today. I had to get back in time for the match. That was the first thing. And it wasn't 100% clear because my flight was also delayed, and I woke up at 4 a.m. So I was just really happy to get past this match. I was thinking that would already be a really big success, and I guess Magnus is in the same position because last night we were having dinner together. A lot of the players, and Magnus was there, and I guess he also had to rush to wherever he was going to make his match in time. So it's a very tight schedule. I think we're going to have to do this potentially again for the next event or whoever qualifies, because that's like scheduled right. I mean, there's so many events this year that's scheduled right after another event. So it's sometimes a bit of a rush just to be able to make these matches.
Hi, Fabi. And you mentioned there that you're out with dinner, having dinner with Magnus yesterday. Was there any celebrations going on, potentially? Glass of wine or two?
There were a few drinks, but I think we kept it pretty subdued because I guess we all had pretty early flights, and I didn't want to be hungover on top of having to take an early flight and getting no sleep. So I decided to be a bit low key, and there was a bit of celebration. I think Magnus was very happy after his tournament victory. He seemed to be in good spirits, and it was actually a great table that we were at. I mean, there was a lot of stories, so it was a fun night.
Wow. Sounds like a lot of fun, and you had a lot of fun on the chessboard today as well, Fabi. Well done. Congratulations one more time, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
The reigning U.S. champion Fabiano Caruana takes his match in just 3 games, and the other player to have done the same is Magnus Carlsen, world number 1, and he is joining us. Magnus, congratulations.
Thank you.
We just had Fabi on, and I have to ask you the first question. He did mention that there were a couple of celebrations last night before flying in for this one. Can you confirm or deny that?
Well, I left very early, so I don't know about that, but sure. I mean, didn't have so much time to do anything else than catch an early flight and get home to play.
And Magnus, you've been continuing your good form from Zagreb into this event. How do you feel in general with your play today?
Yeah, I was pretty tired today, so my play was not so good, but I managed to eke out some games anyway. But I think Jordan also probably was tired after the Dutch Championship and probably an emotional match yesterday. And it seemed like he was missing sharpness in the critical moments, really, because most of the time he was not thinking so much, and he only started thinking after he'd made mistakes. So I think he was just not in great form today.
You know, Magnus, Fabi just mentioned that it's a tough schedule these days for professional players. So many over-the-board events followed by these online cycles, and so it got me thinking. You and him were in a similar boat, both traveling. We know that it may not be the last time, nor was it probably the first. How hard is it these days to be a professional player when the schedule is just so darn packed? And what do you do to try to keep yourself fresh when you're on a plane early and playing in events like this?
Well, he had it easy. I played 2 weeks in Dubai before I came to Zagreb, and he didn't. So I'm playing back to back to back. I don't know. I just I didn't do anything special today. I mean, I had to get up early, at least for anyone's standards, but especially for me. And then I was just hoping that I would get through today, and then hopefully tomorrow I should be back in good shape.
Thanks for that, Magnus. And you have an early day in the office today, wrapping it up in 3 games. So get some rest, and we'll see you back in action tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Magnus Carlsen takes his match as well in just 3 games. Wasn't very happy with his games. That was surprising. Magnus saying that he's a little critical about his play.
I think it was fair. I mean, the truth is, I think Jordan beat himself a couple times. The H pawn in 1 move with King D3, and then we had an even worse knight endgame where Jordan played this knight to B5 move. So I think Magnus, like a lot of great players, is kind of always a little overly critical of himself, but I don't think it's unfair. I think he should be happy with the win. He should get some rest, because Jordan really, I think, unfortunately beat himself today.
It has been quite a ride for Magnus with Dubai and then straight into Zagreb and now straight into the Aimchess Rapid. He gets the job done in 3 games. Before the other players, action is still on as Fedoseev and Abdusatrov have to win their 4th game on demand to force a tie-break there. And we've got the players there ready. Nordebek, Abdusatrov looking fully focused on this one. Wow, that's a meditative pose right there. Body language expert coming in.
Either the camera's frozen or he's meditating. Either one is possible. But no, clearly he's not frozen. He's really getting himself in a zone. And you asked which player should have the better chance of a comeback. I kind of pleaded the 5th on that. I basically said I think both Fedoseev and Nordebek are in big trouble. But I think that Nordebek can focus from a psychological perspective, guys, on the fact that he had his chances in that game, right? And it blundered itself away in the queen ending, and those things are very tricky. So I think if he can keep himself focused psychologically, he has a chance in this one.
Yeah, and he does need a good opening. We know Wesley will take any possible opportunity to simplify the game, to take all of the risk, all of the sting out of the position. So, okay, a pause there from Abdusatrov just briefly, and he goes for the Queen's Gambit declined. What do you think of this choice, Simon?
It's so hard nowadays with the black pieces against someone like a Wesley's strength to get a position which is just dynamic. And I think you just got to try to keep the pieces on the board. I think the strategy to win a game is you don't go too crazy. Keep the piece on the board, keep some tension, and just wait until you get an opportunity. Hope you get an opportunity. Wesley going for this exchange variation, and this is, as you say, one of the most classical pawn structures you can get. And we often see more exchanges coming up in this, which is, there we go, the bishops now getting exchanged as well. And where's the opportunity to win going to come from?
But Wesley didn't go for the Berlin, so at least you have that, right? Wesley didn't play in an opportunity to get a draw as white. He didn't go for the Berlin, so I feel like we should all acknowledge that, yeah.
That might be because Nordebek might have chosen the Sicilian and some attacking ideas there. But I have to say, when you're in a must-win situation, Wesley's got to be the worst opponent to face, especially with the black pieces. He's just such a tough opponent to beat.
I agree, totally. His style is we were talking about this in whatever hangout sessions we have. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen is the best chess player in the world. I think Wesley So, in many ways, makes the least amount of mistakes at times. I feel like Magnus wins more games, and he puts the pressure in the right spots in terms of getting those close victories. But Wesley doesn't lose a lot of chess games, and he doesn't beat himself, and that makes the situation even harder.
Yeah, Magnus is the one who takes the most calculated risks, the best calculated risks. Wesley, for him, the word risk doesn't exist unless he really needs it to. And he's in that dream scenario. A draw is good enough and rock solid for white. But at least pieces are on the board. That's good news for Nodebek.
And another player who's in a dream scenario is Levon Aronian. He needs just a draw in this final game to stay in the winner's bracket. Fedoseev has to win on demand, and he goes for the Sicilian, the Sicil for the kill.
Let's do it. Let's do it, Alapin. Come on, Lev. No one wants to see this.
Guess whose favourite opening this is? Wow, Queen A5, C3, beautiful move.
By the way, I love Queen A5 as a response to the Alapin, though, because so many of these C3 Sicilians do have reputations as leading to some very drawish variations, and Fedoseev plays Queen A5 to make sure that it gets spicy.
Yeah, and he's trying to surprise Lev. Lev very rarely plays or employs the Alapin. I've very rarely seen him push his pawn to C3 against the Sicilian. So, OK, at least we'll get a game in this one too. I think Queen A5 is a stinky move, a terrible move, but it looks like Levon's not trying to punish black directly. He's just saying, OK, I'll let you develop normally. I'm just going to get the white king castled. And, yeah, we'll see an interesting middle game with all pieces left on the board.
Yeah. I mean, C3 is a very clever choice because, as you were saying, so many of the variations are just drawn and there's not much that black can do. But the setup we have now, this move that Fed has played in this position, it's kind of like, I think he'd be quite happy, actually.
Yeah, and you see he just perked up in his chair. He's like, all right. Yeah. I mean, honestly, he plays D5. He's going to get a position with a fight here. Definitely. So, obviously, like you said, David, Queen A5 is a stinky move, a good adjective there. That's a PG appropriate for my kids, a PG appropriate adjective. But I like black's position, at least from the standpoint that he's going to get a fight, going to get an opportunity to play for the must-win game that he has to have.
Yeah, and we should mention the black queen lands on A5. Don't try this at home, but the reason was it's on the same diagonal as the white king, so there are some pins there. It's impossible for white to occupy the full center with his pawns. It was not possible earlier to play D4 in one go. So there is a purpose behind this slightly strange move. Yes, black will lose time, dropping the queen back later, but at least he's gained something, gained a bit of time, maybe at least in kind of positioning the pawns. And there we go, occupies as much space as possible. Nice position for black.
Yeah.
This is Fedoseev going for it from the very start. It's sort of more determined by the match situation than anything else. He has to go all in, and that's exactly what he's doing with his opening play right now.
Yeah, I mean, why don't players do this all the time rather than play the Berlin? This is the question you've got to ask, I mean, like, he's got a very playable position here. It's very rare that you get a space advantage with the black pieces, and he's got a space advantage. And he should be playing the Sicilian more often, It's clear. No more Berlins.
I agree. And if we get an exchange on D5, we get one of these Maroczy-Bind, Boleslavsky hole type structures, and we're going to see it, right, where black is going to have the space advantage with the E5 and C5 pawns. And again, okay, like, obviously we're sort of a little biased toward black because we want to see a fight. We want the element of Fedoseev having a chance here. I think Levon is also in a very solid position, right? And it's not like he expected the big fish to roll over. So we'll have a fight, for sure.
Yeah, and Levon has castled his king to safety. Black has to decide how he's going to develop his pieces. Yeah, white's done nothing wrong, so white's not going to be worse. It's just the fact that it is quite an exciting position, quite imbalanced position that's kind of pleasing us here in the studio. And, OK.
We've only got 2 games.
Yeah, I was going to say.
We just had all this drama and these huge moments of auto queen not being turned on, and now it's like, oh, we get a calm little round here. Only 2 games. We're going to get to dive into some chess here.
And that was fun with Fabi saying that this is exactly the reason that he keeps his auto promote to queen off.
Yep, that's a pro tip for everyone at home. When you switch, because it's a global universal setting for any user on chess.com, it applies to all your games, and you always want it in bullet and blitz. But he made a really good point to say, in rapid, I go out of my way and turn it off. And again, this is the modern world. We are living in a global online chess, hybrid environment. And I think those types of things can pay dividends. And it's a practical thing that you have to think about depending on the format you're playing.
I'm going to admit mine is a non. What about you guys? Simon, David?
I've got auto promote to queen on.
Yes, same.
Always have done.
No, mine's not on. No. So I need to.
That's because you
learn tips.
prefer to promote to knights.
I prefer the knights, you know. They're more trickier. Yeah, the queen. If you get to that stage anyway, you're normally doing pretty well, so you might as well rub it in.
Yeah.
Get a knight or 2 or 8 or something.
This is why David's a much better chess player than both of us.
He prefers queens.
He can flag my opponent.
He likes queens, yeah.
All right, bishop f5 is played. This is where the bishop belongs when it comes to putting pressure on the d3 pawn. But it also is inviting a little bit, right? Inviting some attacking chances.
Yeah, and I think this is very specifically aimed against one of White's ideas. If we had seen, for example, Fedoseev play a more traditional move, let's go back one, if he played maybe bishop e7, then White could just destroy the center immediately with d4. I think this is one of the ideas you're alluding to, Danny. And for example, if everything comes off, at the very least, White can play the move knight to b3, hit the queen, force it back, next move, take this pawn, and we see all of the center has disappeared. It's symmetrical, most likely result is going to be a draw, and that's not sufficient. So bishop f5 does say, okay, if you push forward now, at least I have the option, maybe after a trade, of pushing forward. I'm not sure you want to take this option, but he's floating that idea in Levon's mind. Also, perhaps
you should show why. I think if e4 is played, there's knight h4, and that's the problem with not playing bishop e7, which is why I think it's a cool thing to finish, because that was the trade-off, right? Fedoseev chooses bishop f5, but allowing knight h4 at some point might backfire. So I think you're right, David. I think we'll see d4 by the way.
Anyway.
I think d4 is a great move. I mean, the black king is stuck in the center. It's going to take 2 moves to castle it safely. And this is the opportunity you've got to take with White when your king's castled. You've got to open up the center. I mean, even if you only need a draw, you've got to play like you're trying to win the game. That's also important. So this d4 move looks quite scary for black, actually. I mean,
d4 looked good, but instead he played knight to h4 anyway, attacking this bishop, and after the bishop stepped back, bishop to g4, so attacking without the use of pawn breaks. He's hoping for a bishop trade, and the white queen gets very active suddenly. Black cannot castle on the queen sides because c8 is covered, and you cannot move this bishop because the white queen is so active, attacking g7. Interesting.
Fedoseev looks angry. He looks angry about that. He's like, you're taking away my chances to keep this game interesting. All right. He does exchange and go back, but...
Yeah, it just feels like Fedoseev had this really fascinating opening approach, trying to gain space. But now we see White, the king is castled, pieces are coming out, more free play, the E line is open, the knight can jump to the center of the board, the rook can shift 1 square, start targeting the black king. Feels like the opening worked out for Levon.
It does now. Yeah, I agree. As you were saying everything, I was nodding my head off camera, and I agree with you. I think this game is starting to slip a direction that... makes it harder for black to come up with chances. So you know what he'd love to do, David, just because you highlighted it, I'll finish that point, is he would love to castle queenside. Just get the kings on opposite sides of the board, gives you that practical chance of at least I can throw everything in the kitchen sink in a game that I absolutely have to win. So I think he'll try to orchestrate something.
Somehow try and kick the white queen away and castle queenside.
I mean, he can go g6 and maybe f5. Yeah. That's kind of a useful plan to play, something like that, to try and block the queen on that side.
Yeah, and let's before we leave this one, let's also highlight that while Lev did take some of the air out of the position in the light squares with the bishop trade, let's not forget that d3 is tender, and that was the problem with trading off that bishop, is White does have a weak d-pawn. So it's not like there weren't consequences in terms of the choice Lev took. And at some point, if there's a rook on the d file, watch out for that d-pawn, because d4 is not happening anymore for White.
Yeah, without pawn breaks, you might have pretty pieces like White does here, the white queen, white knight's looking active, but they're not really hitting anything, and it takes them a while to break through. So Fedoseev, big question for me is, will he offer to trade queens? Obviously, you want to keep queens on when you need to win, but here trading queens would at least get rid of some of the pressure, get rid of some of White's active pieces. For example, Black's queen could slide 1 square to d7. What do we think of that?
It's one of those situations where you have to play the match and not the position as much. Even if it means objectively a worse alternative, you want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible here.
Dilemma for Fedoseev right now. And Simon, do you agree? Do you choose White?
I'd choose White here. I mean, I just like king safety, and especially at this quicker time limit. So I think
I didn't mean to laugh when you said that. Just because you said you like king safety. I'm sorry. It just.
Well, I
hate king safety.
I try to keep my king safe, Danny, but it doesn't always work.
You love double-edged positions.
I like double-edged positions, but I like to be the one attacking. I like to have the initiative, and it just feels like, White is at risk-free at the moment, and maybe he can throw Freddie forwards as well. This pawn in front of the rook. I mean, you mentioned opening the position. Maybe a move like that is a good lever to try to open things up.
Fedoseev has to find a way to create chances in this one. Right now, Levon Aronian looks like he's in a driver's seat. Meanwhile, Wesley So also ahead in the match. And looks like he's got a good position out of the opening, playing with the white pieces. A lot of space there in the center. But Nordebek trying to create something on the queen side.
Yeah, this is one of those plans. Usually when you get these Queen's Gambit structures, right, these Carlsbad structures, you have two plans for White. One is the minority attack, which means White would be attacking on the Queen side with the 2 versus 3. The other is this e4 break for White. And it looks like Wesley got it with interest here because the pawn has landed itself on e5. Here comes f4 and f5. So I agree, Tanya. Nordebek is attacking on the Queen side as he should be, but the more I look at it, I'm like, I feel like this is one of those games where Nordebek invited the craziest of chances because he knows he has to win, but it may end up leading in a defeat.
Yeah, big risks. And wow, okay, Wesley not following traditional chess wisdom and playing on the side this time where he's a bit weaker, but he's just trying to halt the advance of Black's pawns. He's saying, okay, commit one of them and things will block up. He's hoping that after b4, he just removes his knight. I'm not sure which direction he plans to go to. Let's say this one. Next, he might even kick away this black knight from its nice perch, and then it will be his turn to start advancing the pawns. And these pawns, once they start rolling, will be extremely dangerous and tough to stop. Looks like b4 is on the board, and yep, the white's knight is going back. I'm slightly surprised that he didn't just race towards this.
I agree. He played a4, which was the move to respond to b5, but I was wondering why he didn't just go all in. So it's one of the psychological things that can happen when you're in the other person's shoes, meaning not the one playing for the must-win, but playing not to lose, right? And sometimes that can backfire a little bit if you're a little too defensive-minded. So.
But Wesley's always had these match strategies, right? He's up a point. He's happy to just keep things solid and make a draw, even if he has the advantage. And look at that. Nordebek said, you want to block me on the queen side. Not happening, and goes for the central break. It had to be done because you have to try and create chances. c5, I like it. Simon, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to, I think, go Black's way now. I mean, in chess, you've got to take your opportunities. And this idea of going for the attack, it just looks so strong. And now Black's taken over the middle of the board. The white pawns, they could be quite loose. If you take the black pawn, Black's pieces fly in, and otherwise Black's going to capture you, and the pawns just become weak. So actually, I think Nordebek is suddenly doing quite well here. He's got a nice knight in Wesley's position, and yeah, it's a messy position, just what he wanted before the game started.
I agree.
Ooh,
tactics.
Hello.
We all perk up a little bit in our chairs. Yeah. Knight takes b2. There's a c4 pawn coming. David, take it. Tell us what's going on, David.
I need some help here because Black has given away a piece. I'm not sure which way White intends to recapture. For example, if you take with a knight, boom, fork. And yes, you've given up a piece. You'll regain it with maybe interest next turn. Neither of these pieces can save themselves. Maybe you drop back with a bishop and suddenly Black is the one with the open file. Black's rook can come. Black's knight might start jumping into the position. Certain counterplay. Really nice tactic there. I'm not sure whether objectively it's strong, but psychologically tough for Wesley to deal with, maybe.
It's a very brave decision by Nordebek, just giving up a piece to get his pawns rolling down the board. It's playing with fire. Is that a decision that you would take on the board, David, given the match situation?
Yeah, I think if I'd spotted this move, which is a big if, then I think it's a great decision for Nordebek. He needed to try something. Why not something like this? And just to show again, for example, rook takes this time, c4. And either way, Black is going to emerge with a past protected pawn on b4.
What's the c-pawn's name?
A couple of names. I like Charlie. Yeah, okay. Charlie's a good name. So named off my cat. So there you go. Can't be bad.
C4 can be explosive at times, though.
It can be, yeah. Oh, that was good. Yes. Very, very nice.
Sorry, I feel like I've been left out of the cringy pun game stuck between you two. Yeah, I just had to jump in.
Had to get one in. And But it's just a mess now, isn't it? And
I'm loving it. It's complete chaos.
Mess. Yeah.
F4, just adding to that mess, adding to the explosive nature of this position now.
I love it. This is awesome. Like, this is an eval bar game where you get to say, take that, computers. You don't know what's going on. This is not like some position where they've calculated a draw. This is like, well, even at the depth that is way stronger in our supercomputer jet engine compared to your human brain, I can't figure this one out right now. This is an absolute slugfest.
Yeah, instinct-wise then, if we're struggling to work it out, who would we take? I'll say black. I'm not sure why. It feels like I'm about to get steamrolled in the center, but it feels like black's
Freddie's coming to F5. I mean, what do you do? What are you doing?
I mean, I'd like white, yeah.
I like white.
Yeah, I love the extra piece. Get the pawn rolling.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like attacking.
Okay, but here Bishop F5 and David laughs at all of us. He goes, yeah, well.
A knight jumps into C5, though. White has some squares. Black's light squared bishop will fight the very strong knight on C5. It's not going to be easy. I just like the black B4 pawn. Somehow, it feels long-term. If you survive long enough, then that might play a key role. But early days, Bishop F5, blocks the pawns.
Good move. Yeah, this is a very, very strong move, isn't it? And you're right, that B pawn, if you get to an ending, probably all endings are going to be just winning for black because you have this protected passed pawn, the passed pawn which has got support from his brother. And white never got this F5 move in. So, as usual, David is probably correct here.
So, computer just says 0.0 probably. It looks like it's in the balance, 50-50 here. But, real matter of taste because this is anything but level, but a draw.
It's funny because big positional advantages for both sides, right? That knight on C5 is so dominant. It's on an outpost square. Black can never attack it with a pawn. Protected pass pawn on B4, one of the most long-term positional advantages you could have, right? If white slips up, every endgame is winning for black when you have an advantage like that. So this is a fun one because you get those. It'll stay equal as long as players are playing accurate. If someone makes a mistake, and it's going to give you an eval bar heart attack here because both sides have very different advantages than the other.
Yeah, and slightly interesting to me that he kept a pair of knights on the board. Yes, this black knight might slide into c4, but it doesn't feel like it's doing too much there. And white's knights now are just immovable. And it looks like one-way traffic. He's starting to get ready for this pawn storm. Maybe I was wrong, Simon.
Well, that last move, I mean, if you can get this move f5 in, so if you can move the pawn in front of the queen one more square, generally that kind of structure, it's just game over. I mean, those pawns are just too strong. They can always start an attack. They can always create a very dangerous passed pawn. And with the last move, white is obviously threatening to do that. And can he not just now steamroller, push those pawns forwards, get some space, get the attack going? And it looks really horrible for black. I'm surprised your valuation bar is not more in white's favour, actually, at the moment.
I think it's about to happen. Nodebek just moved his rook on the C line, and Wesley Stope going into a bit of think, but G4, it's coming. You've got to get those pawns moving.
Maybe black is going to give the bishop in the middle and give a pawn up just to open up the position. Maybe this is his idea. This might be the clever way to try and create some counter chances here.
Oh, it's interesting because rook c3 and knight a4 are coming.
Yeah, this is probably what.
So this is probably what he calculated, but clearly the computer didn't like something if we back up. I guess the main thing is white actually doesn't have to take e4. That's the problem.
Yeah, maybe you just move and continue with your idea, Simon.
That knight on c5 is just more of a unicorn than a knight. It's dominant and magical.
Yeah, and this
That's what
queen
unicorns are.
But they also don't exist. This one does.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cynical, Tanya. Cynical stuff. Yeah.
For all the kids watching, unicorns are real. But coming to this position, the G pawn, has it happened? G4, bishop e4 on the board. The queen does move. Danny, good call there. F5 coming next.
Yeah, we're doing well with predictions in terms of moves. I mean, evaluation, we still have no idea, but we're doing well here. And
I mean, normally black has to play f5 in these positions to stop them from happening. So that would kind of be my first thought. But I don't know. Yeah, it's a mess, isn't it? Complete mess. But exactly the kind of thing you want when you need to win the game with the black pieces. You don't want a boring, static position. You want something like this.
Especially against Wesley, you need a mess. That's the only thing. That's the only.
That's the one practical thing, regardless of what the eval bar says. Okay, and here comes f5. That's a nice call, Simon, because as ugly as that move is in some respects, and the e5 pawn now is beautiful and protected and passed, you've at least created a situation where under time pressure, white's king is going to be open. You're going to have your shots, as long as you don't miss them.
Yeah, and the bishop's quite tasty in the middle of the board at the moment as well. So.
It looks like a position, exactly what Nordebek wants, one that you play for all 3 results. Let's check back in, take this moment to check back in with Levon Aronian against Fedoseev. Has Fedoseev managed to create anything?
A mess, another mess. What is happening here? We've seen so many strong pawns throughout the day, especially from Levon Aronian. White has 2 of those in the center. Black's king is out on a limb on g6. It's taking me a while to get my bearings here. Again, level material, or wait, White's a pawn up temporarily, but...
So this is a wild game from where we left it, too, because this was one that I thought might be a little bit of a positional affair, right? Maybe White's trying to poke at the light squares and Black tries to hit the d3 pawn. But they went for some absolutely crazy chess, or we wouldn't have the queens off the board and the king on g6 here, so...
Black can grab a piece, if I'm not mistaken. Black can take this bishop on c1. I'm trying to calculate here. I think it's a key moment. If he wants to win, and he needs to win Fedoseev, then taking this piece makes a lot of sense. Now you undermine the defender of this knight. If the rook recaptures, then what happens here?
What is going on? Black is up a piece. There's 2 passers in the middle of the board. I'm freaking out. I don't know what's going on here.
The valuation bar says level.
Yeah, you know what normally happens in these situations where it's completely mental? It's just a perpetual. So the rook's probably just going to check the king. It's probably a draw, and you know that
taking away all the fun, Simon.
Wow.
Oh my God!
They call me the Grinch.
The problem is,
Grinch.
you're right. Especially from Levon Aronian's point of view, if this type of thing occurs, then he'll for sure take the perpetual, because that would be a match victory. So.
Yeah, and instead, maybe in light of that, Fedoseev has taken a risk not grabbing the material. He still has this very strong knight on d3. He's put his rook on d8 instead, so aiming to take this pawn on d5. And how to keep up the pressure. There's 2 threats. Rook takes pawn, and maybe now knight takes bishop, that you've gained a move.
Yeah, you're threatening to anyway, because the knight on g5 is hanging, so White has to deal with that, but there's so many moves here.
There is a little tactic here, isn't there? I mean, you can try and take the knight and go in with the knight. I want to go knight into the center of the board, knight to e6, but this way I probably stop the black rook from taking one of my strong pawns. I love my pawns in the middle because of this tactic that Dave is showing here. And if I can keep those pawns, but playing like this when you only need a draw is so risky because you're giving material up, and it's the kind of thing Lev would do, though. You know, Lev is
100%.
He's such a brave player. You know, he's very calm. He's got that experience, but I just don't want to lose one of my pawns, because if I do anything else, I think I'm going to lose one of my lovely central pawns. Maybe the knight can come in as well, but then Black's going to pick one of those guys up. So it looks interesting. At least.
Levon loves himself an exchange sack.
Yeah.
I mean, and objectively, I think it has to be one of your top candidate moves. So I really like that idea.
Yeah, if you start with the knight move, then rook takes pawn is possible. There's no knight check because the black knight covers this square, and after rook takes, the black rook will land on a protected square. So yeah, even a tactic like this, black emerges with an extra pawn, or well, a dominant position. So yeah, you can reverse engineer that whole variation, and I'm loving it, Simon. Just rook takes knight. Why not? Looks like.
Can you also take the knight and then play d6?
Ooh,
I mean, you don't have to play knight e6. Like, can you? Yeah.
Maybe
Computer
bishop
likes it.
Maybe bishop takes pawn now is something you have to consider. I mean, it's you know.
And you got 2 pieces for the rook, right? And this is
If you can stop that pawn, you're right, and you can just block it, right? So it's maybe what Lev's thinking of. I reckon he's seeing both these lines, but that other one you showed where the knight goes in here, that might have been leading to some technical draw, right? Where you don't give up the material. This one is more tempting, I think, but it's more messy. So maybe he's just trying to work out the safest one. I'll be amazed if he doesn't go for this, though. It's Lev.
Yeah.
I think other players would maybe avoid this, but Lev is a very brave player.
Well, and I also think from a forcing perspective, there's your d5 pawn is hanging, and the knight is hanging after knight takes c1. So objectively, it's also
process of elimination.
Yeah, process of elimination. You might have to go for something that's a little bit nutty.
I mean, we could look at this knight e6. Was that line, do you think, just heading to a draw, though, that you showed? Or if you can pick the d3 pawn up at the end?
Yeah, it felt like it's black had a very strong pawn there. And I think unless Levon can bank kind of 100% that he's going to get a draw, then he's going to play a principled move. It's his style, as we've been talking about. 3 minutes, though, left. Not easy. And there we go. He does play it.
Okay, but now that he played it, I wanted to suggest bishop to c5 check. Because once, by process of elimination, we maybe figured out this d6 idea. is perhaps even better than knight e6. So maybe black should throw in this check first.
Yeah,
and then take on d5 if rook e3.
Okay, will he give a check here, Fedoseev? He's paused, which means it's on his radar. A lot of players would automatically recapture a rook. They'd see it, they'd take it. But black can give a check, and the question is how much that changes.
Oh, there's a really worrying sign there. Did you see it?
Levon stretching.
Levon was stretching.
The old
flexing.
Well,
right as you're refilling the beverage over there, Levon takes a stretch.
Yeah, that means Lev is feeling very... I mean, is that his thing? He stretches, stretching his...
He's a stretcher. Levon's a stretcher. Can we just call him what he is? He's a stretcher. Levon's a stretcher guy.
And you play that kind of a move, you sacrifice that rook, that exchange for those central pawns. You want to flex a bit. This is your moment. And he took his time, he calculated it, he feels that's his best chance. And Fedoseev, he's reaching out, he's about to make a move. Will he capture the rook or will he play the intermezzo? He goes for it, a check on the board, making sure the bishop remains ahead of the pawn chain that's in the center. Is there a possibility for white to actually interject and block this check? And he doesn't.
Right as you called for it, I don't know if it was best or not, because I think, okay, I wondered if the move was rook takes d5 first. No, clearly it wasn't, but maybe not. Okay, it's all happening so fast, but at the very least, from Fedoseev's perspective, we have a 3-result style position. Right, the rook and a pass pawn versus the 2 minors. And if both players get under time trouble, anybody's game.
Yeah.
Anybody's game. And let's just point out one big difference from the line that David was looking at earlier, that now the d pawn isn't blocked. Black does have the option to actually go d2 and push that pawn.
Yep.
But is it a weakness, David, or a strength?
That's the key question. This pawn is 1 square away from glory, from promotion. White will block, and black needs something now. You cannot allow this pawn to fall, otherwise black can simply resign, let alone try to get that draw. And I don't see it immediately. Maybe you can take this pawn, hit the bishop, and hope that there will be some pins at the end, but I don't know. It feels like white can simply retreat. White has got everything protected. And up on material, bishop and knight will beat a rook long term. With the draw in hand, that looks fine. Wow. So, okay, he doesn't push the pawn instead, rook to c8, and yeah, still anyone's game, but Levon should be safe enough.
We will check back on this as this endgame does heat up. Meanwhile, Nordebek up to Satrov. Is he about to make a comeback in this match? Absolutely a wild position there we have, but Wesley so down to 2 minutes on the clock, trying to create something on the king side. Meanwhile, Nordebek with all the pawns on the queen side. What on earth is going on here?
Yeah. A blunder just happened right before we got here. Sorry for the stutter there, the speechless. It was a totally closed Queen's Gambit type of position, and Wesley blunders a pawn and allows the entire queen side to fall with it when he lets knight takes a4 happen. Or what's funny is I was following it in real time right as we were switching. Wesley goes for knight takes a4, queen a4, and then played f6 instantly as if he prepared this, David. So either he blundered and then bluffed, or he went in willingly for this line to get the practical chances against black's king.
Yeah, it feels like a very strange bluff to make, unless he really believed it. Danny, wondering in this position, what was the idea after knight takes e4? Because suddenly you're hitting the black queen. This rook is protected, so you don't have to worry anything there. And you've grabbed a piece in the meantime. Maybe what he missed is that after queen to b5, this rook is hanging.
Yeah.
So it does feel like an oversight here that he just simply missed this, and the white knight would have dropped off next. And this is the ruins. Let's catch up with the game position. This is the ruins of his position that's remaining now. And all black needs to do is avoid getting checkmated, and long-term, these pawns should win the game.
Wow.
Do you know what? Because of my vision, I didn't even see those pawns you just highlighted. And I was thinking, oh, black's doing quite well even without those pawns, because the white king side is actually quite exposed. I thought, wow, you know, actually in this position, the bishop is so strong, the rooks could easily come in, and that's another problem that white has here, right? That the king is a problem here. It's the white king, not the black king, in more danger.
And both players touching the 2-minute mark. Nordebek under 2 minutes right now. We've been talking about how Wesley is the hardest player to make a comeback against. But Nordebek, he seems to have created his chances, given that one opportunity. How close is he to trying to get this? And I see the eval bar creep up just as I say it.
Still feels like he's close. To me, this was the most human move, the most natural move, just getting out of the way of the pawns. Now black is really threatening pawn to a4, kicking away the white knight and steamrollering through. But yeah, still some work to be done. And Wesley is a tricky customer. I've got to say, this game is very un-Wesley-like. Normally, it's just full control.
I was just going to say that obviously we've been applauding Wesley for being such an accurate chess player, but you called out before the day started that it was maybe a clash of styles. And I kind of want to give Noterbeck credit for creating chances, putting pressure, because Wesley has made some uncharacteristic moves. In the last game that he won, kind of luckily, he made an uncharacteristically aggressive move. And here again, he made this blunder. So it hasn't been Wesley so formed today. It's not over yet. And even if Noterbeck wins this, we're headed to overtime chess. But yeah, I agree with you, David.
He's looking quite nervous, Noterbeck, and his time is now under a minute. And I said his king was going to be safer, but actually now White has some quite serious threats looming. Just capture the only protector of the black king, move the other rook in. So it's maybe a very key moment in this position. No matter what the evaluation bar says, when your king is starting to flutter, feel the pressure, you've got to be very, very careful. And 30 seconds now.
Wow.
It's ticking down.
Yep.
And this looks like a good move.
Wow, what a move, by the way. He willingly walks into losing the A5 pawn, but he calculates that the B pawn is going to become a baby girl on B1. Look at that.
Yeah, nice full board awareness.
That's a really nice move to give up the A pawn, but see the bishop on E4 combined with the rook behind the pawn. Push him, baby.
That's a very, agreed.
Yeah, you're going to make a new queen.
Nice find, especially in time pressure.
Beautiful calculation. And getting rid of the queens would totally destroy White's chances of getting an attack. So, Wesley, how does he keep the attack going? Can he? Maybe it's impossible. Yeah.
He has to find a way to keep the queens on the board. What happens if he just sidesteps on H4?
Yeah, again, this queen is on such a kind of devastating diagonal. If it just gets one check, White's going to be the one mated. But, I don't know, rook takes rook, for example, forcing the white queen back.
Don't take it with the king. The black queen jumps in. That's game over.
That's a good one to show. Game over.
This will end in checkmate. So queen takes. Still some work to be done. The white knight will jump in.
Yeah.
Oh, he's taken this. That is a very strange decision because...
Wow, wait, he took on B8. Oh, my gosh.
The queens are now off, and you just got to deal with this horrible passed pawn. And
I know what he's doing. He's planning to sacrifice the knight. Not necessarily a good idea, but...
Surely it's not going to be enough. Black just blocks this white passed pawn. There we go. And wow, he's going for the black king.
Wait, is there a trick here? He wants to go to F6.
Yeah, I think this is.
Whoa, rook B6.
Rook B6.
What a move!
Beautiful.
Oh my God, you see him? You see that little eye look? He played rook B6 and he did this. He looked at the camera because he clearly has Wesley there. Did you see that? Yeah. That was sexy. We got to back that thing up. That was amazing. He played rook b6 and then poked his eye over there.
And Wesley immediately leaned back. He is definitely not expecting this move. What a resource this is in the position. Just hanging a whole rook. If white captures it, black just pushes the pawn. And then you're too late with your own knight and rook.
Yeah, and I did just check. That was the only winning move in the position, and he'd spotted it from afar.
But you know what? I think he saw it when he played queen b8. Maybe not exactly, but you see how quickly he rattled out those moves? He had really taken his time on that. And that's the kind of brilliant find that completes comebacks. And
he's winning now. He's winning now. This means that we will have an Armageddon. And if white jumps in with the knight again, black queen's with a check.
Yeah, and Wesley giving a few spike checks here. This won't help save the game. Black's king can easily run away from those checks. Black's going to make a new queen. Beautiful, just giving away a whole rook for the gain of 2 tempi. And that's enough to win the game. Abdusattorov, he's back.
By the way, Levon Aronian did draw. Yeah.
Wesley so resigns. Noterbeck Abdusattorov gets into the Armageddon. And Danny, you were pointing out Levon drew the game. He's through to the winner's bracket. He stays there. Fedoseev goes down to the elimination bracket. What a round this was. Rook b6, that felt like the move of the day to me. David, take us through some of the big highlights in this big match that we just witnessed.
Yeah, you called it the move of the day, Tanya, and yeah, we have to see that in slow motion once again. It was beautiful from Abdusattorov. It was necessary from Abdusattorov. In this position, it looks like the black pawns are queening, but Wesley had prepared a trick, knight to d7, and this is a really nasty threat. b2 would backfire seriously here due to a mate in 1, the black king trapped. But he had spotted that he can get out of this by giving up his rook, and only on this square on b6, because after the rook is captured, the white knight blocks the white rook's retreat, and it can no longer keep an eye on the b pawn. Beautiful stuff. A queen is coming on the board, guaranteed, after b2, and Wesley had to resign.
What a find that was, which means we are in for quite a ride as Nordebek Abdusatrov and Wesley So will go down to the wire. There will be an Armageddon to decide that match. Meanwhile, Levon Aronian drew the final fourth game and takes the match against Fedoseev, Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, winning in style in just 3 games. What a day of chess it has been, and it does continue. And joining us right now is Levon Aronian. He's joining us from Spain. Lev, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What a fantastic match that was. Tell us how you're feeling, not just about winning, but the quality of play.
Actually, I felt my play was of a high quality. I was kind of happy with it, except the last game where I was a bit nervous. Yeah, it's tough to play when the draw is, guarantees you to win the match. But other than that, all other games, I think I played quite well. I'm happy about them.
Lev, I never thought that I would hear you say that you were nervous before the last match. It's not something that we're used to. Is it because given the match situation and the opening approach that Fedoseev had, it felt aggressive?
No, not necessarily. It's just that, sometimes, I'm not playing well when I need to make a draw. This is not really what I'm good at.
It's funny you say that, Lev, because I was wondering if that's what you were referring to, and I was going to ask. We talked a lot going into this round about the players in must-win situations who were Nordebek and Fedoseev, but how hard is it sometimes to be the player who only needs a draw and psychologically wants to avoid changing their game even though the dynamic is in their favor? So what do you do to keep yourself in the right mindset in those moments?
It's much harder, and I'm ashamed to say that I'm not really the person to be an expert on how to make a draw, because I failed quite a few times. So there are better guys at this. So this is not really my skill, especially with white. I mean, when it comes to playing with black and making a draw, this I'm generally pretty good at. But with white, I start getting nervous.
And Levon, I'm just looking at the room you're sitting in, and I've been admiring your chessboards there and your books as well. Is this? Do you have a favourite chess book of all time? Putting you on the spot there.
Man, I wish this was my room. So this is my friend's room. There's a chess journalist. You probably know him, David Yada. So I'm playing from his place because it's very quiet here. So he's in a bit of a remote place in San Sebastian. But talking about the favorite chess book, yes, probably the 7 Chess Deadly Sins by Jonathan Rosen. That's definitely my favorite.
Awesome. Lev, I couldn't let you go. I'm sure we'll see you again this week without asking. How many times, or have you let Ponchik play his own bot this week, and how many times have you played the Ponchmeister?
I think I played against Ponchik at least 50 times.
Levon, I remember the last time you played against him.
Yesterday, because I keep on showing to my friends, and the witty lines that are prepared for Ponchik. I'm very happy and grateful to you, Danny, and the chess.com team.
The Ponchmeister deserves it. He's a bot. That's what we're referring to, by the way, for those who don't get it. You can play Ponchik at the bot page. Sorry, Tanya, go ahead.
I was also thinking about your incredible performance at the Global Chess League, and right after that, in the closing ceremony, what's Lev doing playing against the Ponchik bot?
Well, I missed my boy.
Thank you so much, Lev, and congratulations once again on your performance today, and we look forward to having you back and watching all that you bring to the board tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I'm excited.
Levon Aronian wins against Vladimir Fedoseev, but the chess continues as Nordebek Abdusatrov managed to strike back with the black pieces against Wesley So, one of the hardest players to beat on the circuit, and we will be going down to the Armageddon on the other side of this Twitch break. Stay right here.
We are now joined by founder and creator of Aimchess, Anton Gora. Anton, thanks for joining us today.
Hi guys, hi Danny. Thank you very much for having me here.
Well, first question I have for you before we get into Aimchess and maybe all the great things that those tools can do, let me ask, did you ever think that Aimchess, your creation, would be the title name of a Champions Chess Tour event?
I mean, that's a shocker. If you would tell me this in the beginning of my journey, I would say, wow, this is super cool. I never imagined this before.
Well, let's talk about the beginning of your journey, and let me just get to the question, why did you create Aimchess? What was it about looking at the tools or maybe your own chess path that inspired you to create such a thing?
So, I was always in love with numbers and with the statistics, and I was wondering if I can apply this, let's say, passion to another passion I have, which is chess. And yeah, when I started, I just tried to understand, all right, what is the difference between two 1,500 players?
Right.
And then I started digging into the details, and yeah, and here we go.
Well, tell me more about that then, because I think for some people they may think, well, what exactly does Aimchess do, and is Aimchess for me? Is Aimchess for all levels of chess player, from beginner to master, or who would you say its target audience is to help them improve their chess?
Yeah, I think Aimchess is really great for 2,000 minus players. So for all those beginners and club level players who want to improve their game, but who is not, let's say, titled yet, for instance. And yeah, what the Aimchess is doing is downloading all your games you played on chess.com or other platforms and analyzing it, and then crafting the personalized lesson for you right from your own games. And the position we're taking, it's those positions where you can play better, where you can improve your end games or middle games, tactics, and even openings, anyone's.
That's fascinating. So is the suggestion that you get from all of your games something you can then do right on Aimchess? Does it recommend other tools or other sites as far as, hey, you should just work on an area of the game, or is it very specific in terms of what it can suggest and tell people to do?
Exactly. I mean, like we can be as specific as to say, like, you have problems in your King's Gambit opening or any other one, and even show you how many mistakes you made in this position or in that position. Okay. But the true power lies under a number of positions. So we're giving you mistakes which you frequently continue doing, so which you're repeating again and again, and then it makes sense to improve that there.
Make sure you hit your target, I guess. That's why the Aimchess, I guess, target practice. Make sure you really know what you're aiming for. So, Anton, it's fascinating, and obviously it's awesome. Something that everyone watching this should consider checking out. How easy and where should they go to sign up? How easy is it, and where should they go to sign up?
So the easiest way is just to go to chess.com and open Learn menu, and you can find their Aimchess training. So just go there, put your chess.com username, and find out where you can improve right away.
Well, I'll definitely be giving it a try. I hope that everyone watching this will do so too. Like Anton said, you can find Learn Chess in the chess.com Learn menu, or you can just go to aimchess.com. Anton, thank you so much for being here, and we're going to get back to the rapid games right now.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Want to improve your game? Click the link in the chess.com navigation bar to try Aimchess today and increase your rating 31% faster than standard tactics puzzles. When you sign up for Aimchess, our powerful AI breaks down your latest games and provides actionable insights to immediately improve your game. You will also receive personalized lessons created from your game history to help you learn from your mistakes, and a custom-made study plan to help you reach your goals. Learn chess your way with Aimchess, your digital chess coach.
It's the fastest way to improve your chess with fun and targeted training. Unlock your potential with Aimchess, and you get your first month free with the code CCT at go.chess.com/Aimchess. So check that out. And meanwhile, it's time for some fast and furious chess, because we are heading towards the Armageddon. The clocks are ticking, and we do have the bids by the players. Nordebek Abdusatro with 8 minute 28 second. Westy So wins the bid with 8 minute 12 seconds. Starts with the black pieces. That was a close one.
Not quite the Magnus outbidding Hikaru by 1 second, but pretty close, right? I mean, that was That's a pretty accurate bid, I guess, as far as anticipating where your opponent might land and that you did want to play black if you're Wesley So.
Yeah, very, very close, and it's going to be very exciting. I mean, I don't know how they get so close when they're picking these numbers. So, yeah, that data from the future will be really useful.
We've got to say, Wesley's really backing himself to have such little time, such a huge time difference here. We've seen it in the past. Around 8.5 minutes tends to be the golden number. So, yeah, he's playing with fire here.
Wesley So wins the bid with 16 seconds. What a bid that was. And it is a format that's so destructive that it's called Armageddon. Let's take a look at the format. The players bid for their time, and we saw the player with the lower bid wins, plays with the black pieces. The opponent starts with the base time, 15 minutes. There's no bonus time, no increment, and flagging is allowed.
It is allowed. You can ruthlessly flag your opponent, and that's part of what you get to do when one player is playing with draw odds, is you get to play to the death. So, and I think the lack of increment is huge. Sometimes I think we hear 8 minutes and we know these guys are bullet and blitz specialists. That sounds like a lot of time. Without increment, that's a very big deal. And I agree with your call out, David, that 8.5 minutes tends to be the threshold. But when we see players go below 8.5 is when things get spicy. But Noterbeck also bid lower. That's what I'm saying. I think both of these guys really wanted black, and they liked their chances to get a draw.
Yeah, it's interesting because they've had two really kind of complex, decisive games. So Wesley, to back himself to go for the draw here, means he's got something up his sleeve. And we see a repeat of one of the clashes from earlier. This time, Bishop G4. Last time we saw Wesley choose something slightly different. But same opening from Abdusattorov. He's showing he's not afraid. He just wants to keep life, as many pieces on the board as possible. And he'll maybe flag Wesley later, or at least try to outplay him.
I said flagging is allowed. It's not only allowed, but it's highly encouraged.
It's highly encouraged,
in
right?
the Armageddon. And we've seen in these bidding Armageddons, often the players are going for this 8 to 9 minute mark. Is that the sweet spot?
I would say yes, just because we see them all bidding within that range, right? And again, I don't know how many of these players are discussing it with their seconds, with their coaches, with their friends and family, and with their dogs. I don't know. I mean, where they're getting wherever they're getting advice from, we tend to see players keep it above 8.5 minutes most of the time. But again, in this matchup, these guys did draw both their games before the final two decisive games, right? So I'm just kind of unpacking the psychology there. I think Wesley really wanted the black pieces, so he was willing to risk a few more seconds on the clock. Bold strategy, Simon. We'll see if it pays off, right?
Yeah. I mean, it looks pretty solid for black so far. I mean, the structure we've had in most of the games, actually, and more pieces getting in exchange. You've got to think this favours the side that's trying to get the draw. I mean, look, they're just hoovering them off, aren't they? Get the hoover out, and most of them are gone already. There's only a pair of knights left, and they could be gone. And then we get a very pure Carlsberg structure, which David's already mentioned on numerous occasions. And I suppose the one thing White must rely on here is that knight in the centre, supported by a pawn, which will be coming up, the f-pawn. I can't see what else White can try to do, really.
Yeah, it feels like at some point as well, he'll have to generate an attack against the Black King. It might look counterintuitive on the face of it because White's pawn majority is on the queen side, but it means basically you've locked down that side of the board, so you can switch your full attention, especially your pieces, towards the other flank. And yeah, it's still a lot of life left, despite the fact we've seen all the bishops leave.
This game reminds me a lot of the Armageddon battle we saw between Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri at last year's Chess.com Global Championship, and that it was a super tame, and we were sort of like, what's going on here? Isn't this helpful for black to trade off the pieces and just get to a simple position? But we found that Nihal was going for this on purpose, and the position became super simple where he just drained the clock. Yeah. And ultimately they got down to a scramble where objectively it should have been a draw, but Nihal managed to swindle it. So anyway, interesting strategy.
White has to win on demand with those extra minutes on the clock. And right now, Wesley's used quite a bit of the time. He's down to about 6.5 minutes. What do you make of that? Do you think Abdusattorov, having to win on demand, has managed to keep it under control on the clock at least?
On the clock, it's been great work. And on the board, that's the bigger question maybe, because now Wesley's offered a trade of queens. He backed up last move, Abdusattorov, saying, OK, at least I want knights on the board. But now if you keep the queens on, it will come at the cost of a pawn. White's pawn on A2 will be juicy, up for grabs. So big decision right now on the clock. 7 minutes is a huge difference, especially if you can kind of play those simplified positions that Danny mentioned right to the bitter end. But big decision now, to take or not to take.
Yeah, massive decision. I mean, if you take the queens off, you might be getting nearer to that draw because, OK, the queen is the most dangerous piece, as we all know. The only other option I can see, if you just slide the queen over and use your H-pawn and just try and generate this attack against black's king. And I think in the match situation, this is a much cleverer choice. And maybe even the black queen can get in some trouble. And there's, I think, quite a lot of danger here for black.
I like it.
You know,
I mean,
that move is because now you push Harry. It's always Harry, isn't it?
Harry.
He's such a hero. Getting the job done. He is. He needs a medal. A medal. That guy. I mean, look at him. He's just going to push forwards, do some damage to the black king. The white knight's coming in. It's it's. Well, I mean, look at the evaluation bar as well. The evaluation bar is really not like.
I was sitting here trying to wonder what it was. Is it a queen trap or is it just H5 and go ahead? I guess it's just push him, baby. Go for the attack.
Yeah, and then you have to decide where you put the knight, right? Do you put the knight in the middle, trying to trap black's queen, or do you go directly for the king by putting it on this square? And this square, threatening checkmate. It looks scary, right? The black queen is well out of play. It's going to take a couple of moves to get back in. And Wesley seems to be disappearing into the camera as well. You know, he's getting nearer and nearer to the camera. I mean, this is scary stuff, right?
Scary. If I was facing you here, Simon, I would be terrified. And all white needs to do somehow is get this queen into the black position. Do you wriggle it around to this square? Maybe you come across. Either way, the black king is in huge trouble. Sometimes you can lift your rook up the board and swing it across to h3. It looks like you've got 3 very strong potential attacking pieces. Black doesn't have too many defenders. So despite the fact the computer is saying it's completely winning for white, you still need the execution. And what do we think here? G6, Wesley's playing with fire, but...
and I agree with the point Tanya, or I forget if it was Tanya or Simon made, but someone made the point about it was much better to keep the queens on the board, just from a practical point of view at the time. We didn't know that Wesley was going to take A2 and allow this, but I totally agree, and I think just letting your opponent think you have to use the advantage you have on the clock, and it's really paying off here.
Just keeping more pieces on the board, and we see a trade on G6, and the knight captures. Is that a decision that surprised you?
It did surprise me, I've got to say.
I think
just taking with the pawn, maybe there was a tactical issue.
I was going to say there must have been something wrong with H6, G6.
Maybe it's the white queen just coming across, and it would have slid in with a nasty checkmate. Some tactics here, meaning that black cannot defend, but now black's structure is fractured. And yeah, maybe it's just the brute force approach. Push forward, blow open lines towards the black king while the queen is so far divorced from the king side.
I would ask if anyone is surprised by what's happening in this game, but the more I think about it, I think my answer to the question would be that I always give the momentum, the favor to the person who had to win to force Armageddon, right? They're the one playing with the psychological edge, and some of the momentum is going to carry over. It has to. It takes a lot to get yourself totally fresh when you feel like you just blew it, right, in the previous game. And so this is a bit more of a runaway train or a landslide than I expected, but Noterbeck has all the momentum. Wesley is clearly not himself today.
And notice how Wesley's queen still stuck the other end of the board, and the king facing fire here. All of white's pieces targeting black's king. The rook, the queen, and the knight picks up the f7 pawn. This has been domination by Noterbeck.
Noterbeck managed to avoid the loser's bracket the entire Chess Kid Cup on his way to winning. He barely might be avoiding the loser's bracket today. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, David, but go ahead. He looks like he might be moving on and keeping in the winner's bracket.
Completely agree. I mean, just disaster. This one from Wesley. The queen's still so far away. There is a threat on the board, actually, of black's queen taking on the G2 square, and there'll be a black knight fork, but unfortunately, it's white's turn. And I think you're delivering checkmate in a variety of ways. You could even slow play it here, just nudge the white queen up to f6, threaten knight to h6 checkmate. Queen and knight combo here is going to do the work. You can take black's pawn on d5, I guess, set up a discovered attack. He goes for that latter option. And how is this black king going to escape? It simply isn't.
It was just such a greedy pawn, wasn't it, to take? I mean, it's easy in hindsight, but the black queen just got so sidetracked. And
you mean A2? Yeah.
Yeah, A2 earlier on when that black queen went pawn up. And that's very unlike Wesley to have no sense of danger. I think one of Wesley's really strong points is he's got this great sense of danger. And with now 3 pieces attacking, 3 is like the magic number. it's got to be a checkmate, right? I mean, that king, it's got to go. Oh, there it is. It's checkmate.
That's over.
Wow. Did he just miss that?
Oh, my God.
He missed everything, and that's it. Notabek takes the Armageddon, wins the match against Wesley. So what a performance this was by Notabek, with Wesley really crumbling under the pressure of Armageddon. That felt like not even a game.
I'm definitely speechless, just because, and it's not to disparage Wesley in any way, but I mean, that's not the Wesley So we're used to seeing. That was he beat himself to lose that match, found a way to lose that last game, and then completely collapsed in Armageddon. And so, obviously, you know that he'll have a night to kind of right the ship and figure it out. But shout out to Notabek for keeping his head in the game and completing the comeback.
What a performance by the Chess Kid Cup winner, Notabek Abdusatrov. He continues his run, stays in the winner's bracket in the Aimchess Rapid as well. What a match this was. David, it ended way too quickly. What happened there?
Yeah, a premature finish there, but it just shows that Wesley So wasn't on form today. It was a masterclass from Abdusatorov, but a disaster class from Wesley So. And I just want to praise this one move. We'll show the checkmate in a moment again, but dodging the queen trade here at the cost of a pawn was what clinched it for Abdusatorov. Trading queens would have got the game closer to a draw. Queen to c2, even sacrificing this one, was a move of genius, a mark of genius here. h5, kicking away the knight, and the attack simply proved to be too strong. If we fast forward now to the closing stages, we saw this position, Black's queen still just far too away from the rest of her army, and the closing stages, knight to h6 met by king h8, a blunder, but king g7 wouldn't have been great either. This would have led to a nasty knight for king h8 though, and queen g8. Good night, Wesley So.
What a game that was by Abdusatrov. Notabek, a mousetrap, inviting Wesley's queen to one side of the board and checkmating the king on the other side of the board. And with that, Notabek Abdusatrov makes a big comeback in his match, taking the win in the Armageddon. And the other winners, Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian, and Fabiana Caruana, stay in the winners' bracket. What a day of action this was, and the one man who did what felt impossible, Notabek Abdusatrov, winning his match against Wesley So. Notabek, congratulations.
Thank you.
What an Armageddon that was. It got over too soon. It felt super smooth to us. Did it feel as smooth to you while you were playing? Were you surprised how quickly that went?
Yeah, I got very comfortable position out of opening, and yeah, everything went smoothly, I guess. Yeah, apart from that, yeah, I mean, I was, of course, very happy to win on demand as game 4. Of course, I wasn't, of course, I didn't believe that I can beat him if he plays like normal chess, because, you know, he's most solid player in the world right now, I think. So yeah, I was quite happy yeah, I was quite happy to beat him on the mat.
Yeah, it was awesome, Notabek. We were talking about how Wesley is one of the strongest players and the hardest players to beat on the circuit, and you managed to do exactly that. I want to talk about the bid a little bit. You lost out on the bid. Wesley got the black pieces, but you lost by 16 seconds. Were you really hoping for the black pieces there?
No, actually, I just bid 828 because, you know, I think it's too little with, you know, playing with 7 minutes or less, because, you know, it gets very tough at the end. So yeah, I wasn't actually upset to you know, to lose the bid, but yeah, so I just played with white and everything went smoothly.
And do you have a particular strategy in mind when you have to play these must-win games? I mean, do you just like go a bit wild, or what were you thinking before that must-win Armageddon game?
Well, I just wanted to create some, you know, playable position with black, because, you know, if you play some, you know, gambits, I think it's not good strategy to, you know, to play for a win from like move 1. But you know, if you get some strategical position where
where you can create some messy position, like in the middle, where your opponent have spent some time. This kind of situation is, I think, very good to have a chance to beat. So yeah, I think I got very lucky that I managed to push my pawns, and I got this very strong protect pass pawn on b4, which decided the game. So yeah, it was very pleasant.
And Nodibek, you're doing great so far this season on the Champions Chess Tour. You won the Chess Kid Cup last time out. How do you make, what do you think of your chances of winning this tournament as well?
Well, it's too early to judge, but yeah, I'm just ready to fight, and I will give my best, and we'll see you.
And Nodibek, it was an awesome fight today. I want to get your thoughts on this bidding Armageddon, because it's a new thing in the chess world. Armageddons are always so exciting, and now it's with this twist where the players bid for time. Do you enjoy that? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting for fans to watch how the players are approaching. So yeah, I think it's very very new and very exciting thing. And yeah, I'm just very excited to see that.
Nodibek, that's really cool to hear. Great match today. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Nodibek Abdusatrov there, doing the unthinkable. He not only strikes back in his match, levels the score, but then takes the Armageddon in crushing style with the white pieces. And that means at the end of the day, this is our bracket, and the action that's coming up, we will have Nodibek Abdusatrov taking on Levon Aronian. And take a look at that. We've got the 2018 World Championship rematch as Fabiano Caruana takes on Magnus Carlsen. It's going to be a fun day of chess, Simon.
Yeah, that pairing, Caruana versus Carlsen, that is just mouth-watering. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what openings they come up with and how they play.
Yeah, and don't forget that Fabi just beat Magnus in Zagreb when they were in the rapid portion before Magnus woke up and went on a tear in blitz, right? So Fabiano should have some confidence, I think, heading into that matchup. Certainly knows that everyone and their cousin is going to be talking about the 2018 rapid affair, because you have to. But we could talk about every single one of these matchups. They're all going to be great, but there's no world where we don't circle that one for tomorrow.
Yeah, and a bit of a bonus, we have the appetizer of the elimination bracket. Plenty of big games there with a lot more at stake tomorrow.
It's going to be a big day of chess at the Aimchess Rapid as the players continue their fight to win that golden ticket to the Champions Chess Tour playoff. But of course, the fight is also on in our other two divisions. And we got some shocking update when Matlakov had just 3 minutes, chose 3 minutes for his Armageddon. Ketty, what happened today? Get us up to date with all the action from the other two divisions.
Well, Tanya, in the second division, we said at the beginning that the Tabatabai was a big favorite. He lost the first game, and it was sort of wake-up call for him, because then he won all the 3 games and won the match as well. The biggest upset is Denis Lazovic beating Parham, who is so experienced grandmaster. At the beginning of the match, Parham was absolute favorite, but 16 years old grandmaster beat him and goes to the winners bracket. And in the Division 3, we had a clash of big names, Fresine versus Kramnik. That match I thought would continue longer, but it ended just in 2 games as Kramnik just blundered exchange and Fresine took it and won the game. So that was it in the third division. And I'm looking forward to see more blunders and sacrifices tomorrow.
That sounds super fun, Ketty. Thanks for that update. I have to ask you, what did you think about this crazy Armageddon that we had, the big comeback that we had by Nodibek against Wesley? That was a fun one as well.
Sorry. It was indeed.
It was a great day of chess, and as Ketty pointed out, some big upsets there in Division 2 and 3. What a day of chess it was. Simon, what was the big highlight for you?
I think the comeback, right? I mean, who would expect Nodibek to, first of all, beat Wesley with the black pieces in the last game, and then destroy him in the Armageddon game. I mean, that was pretty shocking, actually. So, yeah, great play from the youngster.
David, Nordebek, so many reasons to be pleased today.
Yeah, Nordebek on fire, starting with a bang. But for me, it was the form of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano. I was especially enjoying Magnus's openings and the pose that he gave for us during one of his games.
I would say Levon, too. I mean, he may be flying a little under the radar, but, I mean, he might have been in the best form of all, right? He said himself that the other two players maybe weren't as complimentary of themselves, Magnus and Fabi, but Levon was like, no, I think I played really well today until that game where I struggle a little bit to play for a draw when I'm leading a match. But it's the stage is set, right? We've got a lot of people who seem to be on form, and here we go.
Here we go. It's exactly what we want. And we've got a big matchup coming up tomorrow with Magnus Carlsen taking on Fabiano Caruana and the very in-form Levon Aronian playing against Nordebek. It's a day you don't want to miss, and we will see you here. We'll be back with all the action, same time, same place. Seems to be doing everything right, but not anymore.
He blundered his knight. Mr. Carlsen strikes again.
Good
job. Oh my God, it's on the board.
I said it before he played it.
He gives up the queen, and that's it. Finally, Fedoseev does resign. He needs to make a move 2 seconds. He has to do it.
He doesn't know how to do it. He didn't know how to do it. Oh my God, Fabi played the pre-move.
It's over. Okay, Turizaga goes down, and Fabiano Caruana takes the match. He missed everything, and that's it. Nordebek takes the Armageddon, wins the match.